Floor is now open. You may be seated.
Judge 22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves? I am with the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Your Honor. Hank Brennan, along with Attorney Adam Lally and Attorney Laura McLaughlin.
Good morning, Mr. Brennan. Morning, Mr. Lally. Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Robert Alessi on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Lessie.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Unetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Unetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. All right, is Dr. Russell in the courtroom? All right, so why don't we have Dr. Russell take the stand?
Doctor, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Thank you.
All right, good morning, doctor. All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Russell.
Good morning.
Dr. Russell, it's fair to say that your opinions have changed between the time when you first testified at the voir dire to when you testified at the trial and then at our last time we met at the Lanigan hearing.
They have not.
Do you remember we spoke about when you testified at the voir dire hearing, you had uncertainty about what had actually caused the wounds?
I did not.
Do you remember using the words like, most likely a dog?
No.
Well, let me remind you, in the voir dire, do you remember the court asking you what kind of animal caused the wound? And you said most likely a dog, a large dog?
May I see that?
Yes, you may. Counsel, page 51, line 18. Thank you, Mr. Brennan. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. Russell, I'm showing you a copy of your voir dire transcript. I'm going to ask you to read it to yourself when you're done reading it. When you're comfortable with that time, I'm going to ask you the questions again. You can look at any part of that you would like.
Yes.
Thank you. Do you now remember when the court asked you what kind of animal you said most likely a dog, a large dog?
Yes.
Do you remember at trial your perspective and opinion changing?
No.
Do you remember you were asked at trial whether or not the patterns appear to be injuries you would see consistent with an animal or a large dog, and you said yes? Do you remember that?
May I see that?
Yep, you sure may. Trial transcript, page 23, line 3. This is a copy of your trial transcript. Feel free to look at any part you like.
Okay, I've seen, yes.
Okay, thank you. Do you remember now saying that?
I didn't say it.
Okay.
The question had that word possibly in it. I didn't say it.
I'm sorry. You can finish, please.
I didn't use the word possibly.
Okay. You were asked, does this appear as a pattern of injury that you see appear consistent with an animal or a large dog? And you said yes. Do you remember that?
Can you show that to me again?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's read it together.
Okay, that's a good idea.
Your Honor, may I make a suggestion if I could, please? I realize it's crossed. Mr. Brennan and I have agreed that with regard to transcripts and the use of them, I have them as well. Given that we've agreed for transcripts being in evidence, can the witness keep the transcripts and look at them?
Do you have an extra copy for her?
The answer is I have a copy, yes, that
Do
she
your
can.
colleagues each have a copy?
I don't know if they do, but I can give mine
Okay.
so that she
Problem
can
with
have
that,
it.
Mr. Brennan?
I'm comfortable with that.
Okay.
Is this your only copy?
It is. It's okay. I know what they say.
You have an extra copy?
Which one do you think?
Well, you might as well, I'm going to go through a lot of it, so you might as well give her the whole trial transcript.
Okay.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to ask Ms. McDermott to make a copy of mine. All right, so that we can continue. You can give yours to the witness for a few minutes, and then when these are done, you can have yours.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that.
Thanks, Jim.
No problem. Probably gonna need it. Which one? Yes, sure. She's gonna do both. They're both yours? Yes. I think you gave it to me.
That's the 21.
Why don't we take a 5-minute recess? Mr. Brennan, Mr. Alessi, why don't we take a 5-minute recess? Mr. McDermott will be back with clean copies of the transcripts that I have as part of your exhibits.
Thank you very much.
And
To
the
be
witness
clear,
can
just so
have.
Mr. McDermott doesn't have to do it twice, Mr. Brennan has just indicated to me he's going to go back to the June 18th. So is Mr. McDermott going to copy the June 18th and the June 20th?
I have the voir dire and the trial
Okay.
testimony, so we'll take a 5-minute recess.
Thanks very much.
Court, all right, please.
Where'd you want? You said.
Yes, no, that's fine.
We have different stenographers, so sometimes the transcripts might be different, so I just want to make sure you have the same copy I'm
Okay.
working on, because I don't want it to become confused. Do you mind?
No, I don't mind.
Okay.
How were your holidays?
Unfortunately, I worked. How about yourself?
I did some work too.
Did you?
Well, not really. I mean, I.
you may be seated.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm just conferring if, with Your Honor's permission, Mr. Brennan, I want to make sure.
Hold on. Only one person can speak at a time. I don't know. All right, so you were speaking to me, Mr. Alessi. I think Mr. Brennan was speaking to his co-counsel. No, that's okay.
I just wanted to let you know what we were doing. Mr. Brennan and I are just conferring to make sure we maximize the chances of the exhibits being right. So I've offered to Mr. Brennan something he wants to consider and look at what he has to make sure we do this efficiently.
Okay. So the copies that Mr. McDermott made are the attachments to the motions that were filed.
We're going to provide a copy with the court's permission of the voir dire testimony, the trial testimony, and the Lanigan hearing.
Sure. Okay, I did not have Mr. McDermott do a copy of the Lanigan hearing.
I've had an extra copy that I've given
Great.
to Ms. Russell.
All right.
Sorry, Dr. Russell.
Okay.
And if I may, can I write on the top of each transcript which each one is? That way it'll be easier for Dr.
Is there a problem with that, Mr.
No
Alessi?
problem at all.
Okay.
We have a clip. May I again approach the witness?
Yes.
May I speak, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. Russell, I'm handing you two documents. You have a third. The one before you is a transcript of the last hearing called the Lanigan hearing that you attended. This is a copy of your voir dire testimony. I've noted it on the top right for you, and also trial testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
I had asked you if you had expressed any uncertainty in the past about your opinion as it relates to the opinion you gave at the Lanigan hearing, at the last hearing, whether your position has changed or evolved is what I'm getting at. And you said that your position has not changed. Is that right?
That's correct.
You were asked at the trial about the injuries and how you think they happened. I want you to turn to the trial transcript. If you'd turn to page 19, line 21. Page
Line-
19, line 21, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So the page number is here?
Yes.
And then line would be, okay. Sorry. My apologies. This one is the trial. Okay. Do you recall at the trial, you were asked about the injuries, and you said, I believe that these injuries were sustained by an animal, possibly a large dog, because of the pattern of injuries? Do you remember saying that?
That's not here in front of me.
Okay, But I'm asking you, do you remember saying that at the trial, that you believe the injuries were sustained by an animal, possibly a large dog?
Something to that effect, yes.
Okay. And when you said that, you used the word possible because you weren't certain, were you?
Can you show me where that is?
Well, I'm asking a question, not asking about the transcript. The reason why, when you were asked and you said it was by an animal, possibly a large dog, is because you were uncertain.
You know, Mr. Brennan, I think I explained that before, that in medicine there are no absolutes. And that's what, physicians are ingrained to think, is there are no absolutes in medicine. So that's why I expressed it that way. But
Yet
I was certain that it was a dog.
Yet you were testifying as an expert witness, weren't you?
Yes, I understand that, but I was thinking like a doctor.
I see. And you understood as an expert witness that you were asking the jury to rely on your opinion. You were trying to be as accurate as possible, weren't you?
Yes, I usually do, yes.
You were trying to be precise in your testimony under oath, weren't you?
Yes, and I don't see a difference really between those.
And when you use the word possibly a large animal, that's different than an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, isn't it?
Objection, Your Honor.
In this witness's view. She can answer that.
That's not what the transcript says that he's referring to.
So he's not asking about the transcript. I'm going to allow the question.
Would you like me to repeat that?
Yes, please.
When you chose the word during your testimony to precisely describe what you thought, and you said possibly a large dog, that is different than to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, isn't it?
No, I don't think so.
You were asked whether or not you could tell what type of animal left these marks, and you said you couldn't with 100% certainty. Isn't that true?
With 100% certainty, that's correct.
And the reason why you don't have certainty when you first testified is because there really is no methodology in identifying dog bite wounds, is there?
But that's incorrect.
I see. When you talk about methodology, is there any standard you're comparing your comparisons to?
There are multiple published peer-review articles that describe what dog bites and dog injuries look like.
Is there any standard that you use? Is there any particular things you look at with specificity that you compare to a standard model?
The pattern.
The standard model of patterns, where do you get that from?
Pattern recognition is used throughout medicine. And, it's something that I have been trained on since actually before medical school, but certainly in medical school.
Pattern recognition, you understand, is different than a standard of comparison. You understand there's a difference between those two things, don't you?
Oh, yes.
Okay. We'll talk about pattern recognition analysis in a minute. But what you're saying is that there's a methodology in identifying dog wounds. I'm asking you, where does that standard come from?
It comes from multiple published peer-review articles.
Okay. Tell me one.
Munich.
I'm sorry?
Munich. We talked about that one last time.
The gentleman who studied human teeth.
No, he wrote about dog bites.
Okay. And what's the name of the article that you've relied on?
The name of the article, I have to refer to my report, but it's something to the effect of forensic evaluation of...
Do you have any specific memory about what you're relying on as a standard of comparison to identify dog bite marks?
Yes.
Okay, share that with us.
Again, the standard would be what the wound looks like, and the pattern recognition that goes along with it, along with the configuration of the wounds. It's a multifactorial process.
I'm trying to have you assist us in distinguishing between pattern recognition analysis, which we're going to get to, and when you're looking at a wound, the standards in the science, the standards, the methodology you would actually use to look at it and see if there's points of comparison, to see if there's similarity. What standard are you working with?
I'm not so sure I understand what you mean by standard then, because I know how I evaluate wounds.
You have personal experience where you've treated dog wounds, and you look at it, and you're simply deciding whether or not to you this looks similar. You're giving your personal aside, aren't you?
I actually find that offensive.
Oh, okay. Well, is that what you're doing?
No.
So if you're comparing it to an actual science, a standard, a methodology, I want to learn that methodology from you. So what I'm asking you is, tell us, where does that come from, the methodology where you have a point of comparison, where you look at a wound and you compare it for similarities to another item?
There are several published peer-review articles that describe what to look for, how to observe, evaluate, and then sometimes treat wounds, dog bite wounds.
Okay.
There are, several authors that have published similar things. And in terms of there being an organization that says, here is the standard for dog bite wounds,
Right.
I don't think that there is one.
Well, when you say you don't think there is one, if you're an expert in this field, you would know that there is not one, is there?
There is not one that I know of, correct?
Well, you're not guessing there might be one you don't know of.
I don't know of any published standard by an organization.
So it'd be fair to say, when you are giving an opinion, what you personally believe to be a dog bite wound, there is no standard in dog bite science that shows you what the standard is. There's nothing to compare it to.
Again, it's based on a combination of the experiences that I've had over the last 30 years, observing, evaluating, and treating dog bite wounds, plus the numerous articles that I have read on dog bite wounds, their characteristics, morphology, patterns, and other things like complications, et cetera.
Okay, so to get back to my question, I know that you're using your experience and your memory, but there is no standard of comparison. There's no methodology that is accepted as a practice.
I disagree.
Okay. Can you share with us one of those articles that you've been relying on to combine with your personal experience to come to conclusions in dog bite analysis?
Well, there's the Munich that we talked about.
I didn't talk about. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Oh, certainly.
Okay, please.
Okay, would you like to go through it together?
I'm asking you to tell us about what you're basing your opinion on, and you said it's Munich, so I don't know much about
Okay,
it.
so that's one of them.
Well, tell us a little bit about that.
Okay, well, in that article, the authors described a fatal case, but also described what some of the characteristics are in dog bite wound cases. What types of wounds you see, their appearance, their distribution, their configuration, the different aspects like that. Many of them are parallel. Things that would affect the appearance of wounds that physicians know about, such as elasticity of skin and other ways that wounds can be distorted from one to another wound. So you have to know a little bit about wound characteristics, and basically things to look for in the forensic evaluation of dog bite wounds.
Did that article lay out a standard of methodology?
I guess I don't understand what you're getting at.
Rather than having a particular case study where that article talks about a person that was attacked by a dog and deceased, correct?
In that case,
Yes.
however, it
And
referenced.
and
I'm
it's,
sorry, Your Honor, if you could finish the question.
Yes, I'm going to let her finish.
please.
And Mr. Lessie, for objections, just simply objection.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I will, thank you.
Okay. That article, it was a case report, but it was also a review of previous literature.
Okay.
So in the review of the previous literature that had been published, they came up with recommendations. So yes, there are recommendations in that article.
In that article, it talked about a wound to the neck where the deceased bled to death, correct?
Yes.
Okay. It didn't talk about pattern recognition analysis
I
in that article.
disagree.
Okay. And did it talk about a standard of practice of methodology?
Recommendations.
No, but that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, did it have a standard, a methodology that it discussed?
These were authors that were practitioners, and they weren't, I don't believe they were in a position to create a standard.
In fact, you can't point to one place where there is a readily accepted standard in the dog bite community for identifying dog bites. You can't point to one article, journal, book.
That's correct.
And so because there is no methodology or standard for you to look at, it involves a great deal of your subjective opinion based on your experience treating dog wounds, doesn't it?
You know, with all due respect, Mr. Brennan, I'm not somebody that just came in off the street. I have at least 30 years as a physician, and I use that information in helping me form my opinions about wounds. I've seen all types of wounds.
Okay, so my question was, because there is no methodology, because there is no standard comparative analysis, you need to rely almost virtually on your personal experience treating wounds.
No, I believe you're again mischaracterizing it. I'm relying on my personal experience plus what I've learned from these numerous articles.
And so, because there is no methodology and standard to compare to, you've introduced the idea that you have used a process known as differential diagnosis.
That's one of the processes used.
And as far as differential diagnosis, what that suggests is when, as a doctor or a person looking at symptoms, you try to rule out other conditions that have similar symptoms.
Correct.
Okay. And so you said, although it's traditionally used in a doctor assessing a cause of a patient's symptoms, you're using that in identifying dog bites, this differential diagnosis you speak of, right?
I used it to assist me, yes.
Okay. And so when you're using differential diagnosis, it means that there are many other ways or reasons why the same symptoms can occur.
Not always. Not always. It could mean that there's just one or two other conditions that would resemble this, but it's a process that a responsible physician would go through.
And in this case, you went through differential diagnosis to exclude other causes of these abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
I did.
If you had used your training and experience and you were certain to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that these were dog bites, you would not need to go through differential diagnosis.
Oh, that's so incorrect.
Okay.
I'm not perfect. I'm not 100% perfect human being. And so so I have to, as a responsible physician, in every case, go through a differential diagnosis to make sure I'm evaluating and treating the right thing if there's treatment involved.
When you chose to go through differential diagnosis, you recognized that these abrasions could be caused by a lot of different mechanics of injury, didn't you?
I considered that they could have been caused by others, but I went through the process.
Well, you were uncertain, weren't you?
No.
Yet you went through this process of differential diagnosis anyways.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And when you did that, you decided that you should focus on car accident.
No, I didn't focus just on car accidents.
Well, what other subjects did you focus on in differential diagnosis other than car accident?
Could these have been self-inflicted, for instance?
You went through that process?
I did.
I didn't see that anywhere in your report whatsoever.
It's in my head. I didn't write it down.
Well, aren't you supposed to report the process you go through before coming to conclusions? Isn't that why you wrote a report in discovery and disclosure?
Yes, but
Okay. Is there anything else in your head that you thought about that you didn't put in the report or tell anybody? So we have car accident, we have suicide, we have dog bite. What else did you think of in your differential diagnosis?
well, I thought, could it possibly be road rash?
Okay. What else did you think?
Oh, I don't remember all the things I thought of at the time, but it wasn't a very large list, but it was a list, and it was a differential diagnosis.
Well, if it was important enough to think about and distinguish and go through differential diagnosis, can't you remember what it was that you thought it could have been the cause other than suicide, road rash, car accident?
Well, of course, I mean, there were some things I thought of and immediately ruled out. Were these stab wounds inflicted by someone else? No.
Okay.
So the list, there was a list that I went through in my head. Would it be worth writing down? No, I don't think so.
Well, was there any other significant causes that you went through and vetted through differential diagnosis that you didn't write down?
Not that I remember at this time.
And that's why it helps to write it down. Okay. So one of those causes of these abrasions that you went through differential diagnosis for was car accident, wasn't it?
Yes.
In fact, when you first met the defense attorneys, you had an interest in this case, didn't you?
I thought I could clarify the issue of what those wounds were caused by.
So you were learning about information about the case publicly before you got involved in this case,
No.
didn't you? Well, you knew there was an issue.
I heard, yes, I did know that there was an issue. I saw something in the Boston Globe, and Mr. Brennan, I wasn't following the case at all. I don't even subscribe to the Globe for information about this general region.
You don't have to be defensive about it. I'm just asking you.
Okay.
You knew
Just
enough
clarifying.
that you wanted to get involved and you made some phone calls to offer your services.
I didn't want to get involved, but I thought that I should.
I see. And so you learned enough through your study or the Boston Globe or television that you knew generally that there was an issue about the abrasions, correct?
I knew there was a question, yes.
You knew that the defense was claiming that a dog caused those injuries.
I wasn't even sure who was claiming what at that point.
So you didn't know much about anything, but you still made phone calls to introduce yourself to get involved in the case?
Again, I know that there are very few people in this country that have the combination of experiences that I do, and I thought that I could just clarify the issue and maybe, help people move along in the case.
Before you decided that you were going to offer your services, what did you know about the case?
I knew that a police officer had died. I was a former police officer, so I knew a police officer had died. And I knew that there was a trial, and I didn't know details really. I just knew that I believe I read that there was something about a car accident versus dog bites. That's about all I knew about the case.
Had you seen any photographs?
No.
And so just generally knowing that there was an issue, you thought you could help because of the word dog bite in your experience?
Correct.
Okay. So when you ruled out motor vehicle accident, is it fair to say that your perspective was a motor vehicle accident would have caused injuries to the other parts of the body, and that's why you considered car accident as not part of the cause of these abrasions?
That was not the only reason.
That was one of the reasons?
Yes.
Did you look at the wounds and you thought based on the accident there would have been broken bones or other injuries?
That was one of the reasons.
Okay. So based on those two reasons and other reasons, you decided to exclude car accident as the cause of these wounds, correct?
Correct.
And when you made that decision to do that and exclude car accidents, you didn't really have the experience in car accidents to decide whether a car accident was the cause of these injuries, did you?
Mr. Brennan, I've seen thousands of car accident victims through my emergency medicine career, so I had plenty of experience.
Have you ever been trained as an accident reconstructionist?
No, I'm trained as a physician to treat car accident victims.
But that's not what I asked. What I asked you is, you ever been trained as an accident reconstructionist?
No.
Have you ever taken classes and certifications in accident reconstruction?
No.
Have you ever gone to a scene of an accident and been asked to give your opinion and help reconstruct the accident?
No.
Have you ever served as a witness in court as an accident reconstructionist?
No.
In fact, when you decided that this accident couldn't happen, you hadn't even read the investigative reports, had you?
No, I didn't decide that an accident didn't happen. What I decided was that those injuries were not from a motor vehicle accident.
When you first gave your opinion in this case, she was done.
Hold on, Mr. Leslie. Next question, please.
When you first gave your opinion in this case, excluding car accident, you had not even read the investigative reports in this case, had you?
That's correct.
Yeah. And when you were asked about materials that you reviewed to give your opinions, you said you were just trying to focus on the wounds and you hadn't read those reports, right?
That's correct.
Have you read the reports to
Yes.
date? You now have read the reports?
Yes.
Okay. When you excluded the car accident, did you know anything about this collision between the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe? Did you know anything about it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that question, Dr. Russell?
Did I know anything
Yeah.
about?
Did you know anything about how it happened?
I was, somehow I knew that, well, I believe I knew that the car was backing up. That's what I was, somehow I got that information.
So
The
when
car
you were
backed up.
excluding the collision in this differential diagnosis, did you know how fast that Lexus was going back when it struck Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Do you know how far it traveled when it hit Mr. O'Keefe?
Objection, Your Honor.
So it's a question, the question's proper. Let's see if she can answer it. She may not be able to answer it as asked.
Do you know how far the Lexus traveled backwards when it hit Mr. O'Keefe?
Your Honor, I'm objecting to the
I
the assumption in
understand.
it.
I understand, counsel. Can you answer that question as asked, Dr. Russell?
As asked, no, I don't know.
When you excluded this collision as differential diagnosis, did you know the angle of the collision between the car and Mr. O'Keefe?
I'm going to see counsel at 7.
May I?
Yes.
When you engaged in differential diagnosis, excluding a car collision as the cause of these abrasions, did you know or learn any information about the angle of the strike between the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Do you know whether or not the person, John O'Keefe, who had these abrasions on his arm, do you know if that person used his arm in any way to defend himself from an oncoming vehicle?
I considered that,
You did?
yes.
And in considering that, did you consider the body position of John O'Keefe?
Oh, yes, I considered various possibilities.
Okay, what was his body position at the time the car allegedly collided with him?
Objection, Your Honor.
Use the word allegedly. I'm voting
What was his body position?
I considered several possibilities. I considered if he was standing, I considered if he was kneeling or sitting or even lying down. I considered multiple possibilities.
Was he standing?
I don't know, but I considered all of those possibilities.
Was he kneeling?
I don't know.
Was he lying down?
I don't know.
So you considered all these things, but you have no information, fact, or understanding of what body position he was, do you?
I went through the process of what the wounds would look like in those various positions.
I see. So if John O'Keefe was trying to defend himself, pulling his arm up to brace himself, what would the injuries have looked like?
Well, if they penetrated his clothing, if there was penetration of his clothing, from broken parts, for instance, they would have been quite irregular. There would not have been multiple parallel abrasions and punctate wounds that were seen in those pictures
How do you know that?
from my many years of experience.
Okay. Did you do any comparison analysis of the broken tail light in Mr. O'Keefe's arm
Actually, eventually, I did.
before you gave these opinions, did you?
I didn't need to because I've seen thousands of accident victims.
Every accident is dynamic and changes, isn't it?
Yes, but
Every-
I also had that in consideration. That's
Every-
why people train for the number of years that I trained.
Every accident is different, isn't it?
Yes, probably.
And so you can have a number of people in an accident, and they can have different injuries from the same accident, can't they?
Oh, absolutely.
Right? If a car drives down the street and runs into 20 people, they may all have different injuries.
I agree.
Same car.
I agree.
Might be the same speed. But they could hit people differently. Some people, unfortunately, they could kill, right?
Yes,
Some people could be catastrophically injured but still alive.
correct.
Some people could have scratches and bruises.
Correct.
Some people could be in that type of situation, bounce off the car and escape without a scratch.
Possibly, yes.
Right. So there's no science or standard when you say car accidents would have had a certain result. The truth is you don't know.
I disagree with you.
Okay. And so when you were excluding these causes, you have no idea his body position or angle, correct?
I went through various scenarios in my head.
But I'm asking you, not the scenarios in your head, Dr. Russell. I'm asking you about detail, fact, science, okay? I'm asking you, do you have any idea the position of John O'Keefe's body when he allegedly was struck by the car?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'm going to allow it.
I considered multiple scenarios.
Tell me the facts you have. Tell me the facts you have. You can tell us how is his body postured on fact. What facts do you have?
Again, I considered multiple scenarios.
When you... Did you go to the scene of where Mr. O'Keefe was found lying on the ground? Did you go and visit the scene?
No,
Did you take and look at photographs of the scene?
I looked at some photographs.
What did you see in those photographs?
They were very it was very difficult to see much useful information in the
Well,
photographs.
when you're engaging in differential diagnosis and you're excluding causes of abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, wouldn't it be important to either go to the scene or look at clear photographs so you could see all the debris and the land and the turf and see what it looked like? Wouldn't that be important?
No, in the 30 years of or emergency medicine experience I've had, I've never gone to the scene of a car accident victim that was brought into the emergency room.
And you've never gone into court and testified as an accident reconstruction expert.
A reconstruction expert? No,
You've
but I've
never-
testified about vehicle accidents.
And you've never gone to court and
Victims.
testified as a dog bite expert before this case, yes?
I was never asked.
Right. And so, when you say what you used to do, you treated people who came in with injuries. I'm talking about when you're going to exclude something as a cause. I'm asking if you have any experience in actually going out and looking at the facts and using science to exclude something fairly.
I used medical science.
Do you know what the ground looked like where Mr. O'Keefe lay that morning?
There was snow.
You know how many inches of snow were under his body?
Under his body?
Yeah.
No.
Do you know what the ground was? Do you know if it was smooth like a turf football field or frozen jagged like dirt tends to do in the Northeast during the cold winter?
I considered several different possibilities: grass, dirt, asphalt. So I considered several different possibilities to see in my differential diagnosis.
You considered all these different possibilities, but you never even went and looked at the scene to see what it looked like, did you?
I didn't have to.
Do you know if there was twigs or roots or a brush nearby?
I don't know.
Do you know if there was a fire hydrant nearby?
There was a fire hydrant
Do
nearby.
you know if there was a curb nearby?
That I don't know.
So you have no idea really, other than a fire hydrant, what this area of impact or alleged impact looked like, do you?
Well, again, a curb would not have caused those wounds, so that's irrelevant.
You have no idea.
I disagree.
Okay. Did someone tell you what it looked like?
No.
Okay. You said that you ruled out car accident or collision in part because there were no broken bones. Yes?
In part.
And we've
Except
agreed.
for, excuse me, except for no skeletal broken bones.
And we've agreed that car accidents are a dynamic process. Not all car accidents result in broken bones, do they?
That's correct.
It depends on how and where and a number of other factors in the collision. Yes?
That's why it was only one of the factors I used.
Well, it's one of the factors you excluded. Do you know the difference in force between a head-on collision and a side swipe?
I have a general idea.
Is there less force when someone is hit on the side of the car as opposed to being run over?
As opposed to being run over?
Yeah.
Generally, yes.
Right. And I'm sure in your thousands of treatments, you have treated people in the hospital who have come in contact with a car who did not have broken bones.
Oh, yes.
Plenty of times.
Excuse me?
Many times.
Yes, but they weren't dead.
What's that?
They were not dead.
Right. Okay. Well, you don't know when Mr. O'Keefe died that morning, do you? Do you know what time he died?
I have a range.
You didn't think he died from the abrasions on his arm, do you?
No, he did not die from the abrasions.
Okay. He died from a break in the back of his skull from hitting the ground, right?
Oh, he died from a skull fracture and brain injury and
Yes.
hypothermia.
Hypothermia.
Yeah,
Okay.
not from an abrasion to his skull.
Right. The abrasion for his arm had nothing to do with his death, did it?
It did not cause the death.
Okay. And so, is there a difference between the force when a car hits somebody directly on or hits them on a side?
Generally, yes.
Right. And you've seen many times somebody has been in contact with the motor vehicle with no broken bones, many times.
I have seen that, yes.
I mean, there's a difference between being run over and hitting the side of a car, isn't there?
That's correct.
So if someone didn't hit them, they just clipped them, that might be different than being run over in the middle of a crosswalk in the middle of the car, yes?
Yes, that'd be correct, but you have to put it in context.
Now, you said in addition to your experience treating injuries, you also have experience as a police officer.
Yes,
Yes. And you've responded to many car collisions as a police officer, didn't you?
I did.
And when you respond to car collisions, whether it's a pedestrian or another car, there are certain things as a detective you detect that are in the street, right?
As a detective?
Yeah, a detective or a police officer, as you go to a scene and there's a collision, you certainly see things often as
Yes.
a result of the collision, don't you?
Yes.
Tell us some of the things that you'll see as a police officer after a collision. What do you
Oh,
see?
After a collision, you oftentimes see debris from the car.
Right,
from
debris
vehicles,
from the car.
yes.
You can see rubber, right?
Probably, I don't know if I have, but yes.
Sometimes metal pieces, parts of the car.
Right.
And sometimes when there's a collision, maybe often, you see glass, don't you?
Yes, you do.
Yeah, glass breaks when a car collides with something, oftentimes, doesn't it?
Yes.
And so when you were doing this, engaging in this differential diagnosis, did you consider the circumstances, the physical evidence at the scene from where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
I considered the possibilities, yes.
Okay, well, there's a phrase, getting knocked out of one's shoes. You've heard that phrase, right?
I've heard the phrase.
Well, you've heard the phrase in relation to car collisions, haven't you? A person getting knocked out of their shoes.
And other things, yes.
Yeah, but not other things. We're talking about car collisions.
Okay.
That's what we want to talk about today.
Okay.
You've heard the phrase knocked out of one's shoes in car collisions, haven't you?
Yes.
Yes, because the force is so great when a car hits a body, it moves the body, and the shoe from friction on the ground can sometimes be left behind. Yes?
I don't know the actual causation, but yes.
Well, you did know in your review of this case that at the very area where that car backed up and Mr. O'Keefe was found, one of his sneakers was found next to the curb on the street. You know that, don't you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Are you aware of that fact?
No.
Okay, next question.
You were never given any of the information, the physical evidence at the scene where Mr. O'Keefe was found to help you engage in this differential diagnosis?
I eventually saw reports.
So you do know. You do know about the sneaker.
I also, well,
What
I
about-
don't know that. I don't know where the sneaker was found, no.
Well, what do you know about the sneaker? It sounds like you know a little bit about the sneaker. Tell us
No,
what
I know that in hypothermia, there's a condition called paradoxical undressing, where people are sometimes are found without their clothes and shoes.
Was
Because
Mr.
and in this case, there was hypothermia.
Do you have any opinion that Mr. O'Keefe undressed his shoe before he died?
I have no opinion about that.
Do you have any information, evidence to support such a comment like that?
I'm just advising you that there is a phenomenon called paradoxical undressing, so that is possibly a cause.
In that phenomenon, does somebody take off one shoe and leave all their other clothes on?
It's possible they
Yeah.
could, yeah.
Right? And you have a case that you've seen
No,
just like that?
I have not.
No. Okay. And so in this case, at what point did you learn that Mr. O'Keefe was knocked out of his shoe?
I don't know.
Objection, Your Honor.
Did-
Phrase it differently.
At what point in this case did you learn that Mr. O'Keefe's body was about 7 feet off the street, fully clothed, not undressing himself, and that his sneaker was on the roadway right next to the curb?
Objection, Your Honor. Same basis.
So, did you learn that fact?
No,
Next question.
So as you sit here and testify today, you didn't know that?
that's correct.
When you're ruling out car collision in your differential diagnosis, wouldn't it be helpful to know a little bit about the physical evidence of where it was found at the scene?
Again, my focus is injuries. The injuries caused by car accidents, not the scene itself,
Right.
injuries. So, so that's what I focused in.
A dog wouldn't knock somebody out of their shoe, would they?
Excuse me?
A dog wouldn't knock somebody out of their shoe, would they?
I don't think so.
Okay. When you were excluding car collision as the cause of these abrasions, and you consider circumstantial evidence as a police officer. If there was trace evidence on that shattered taillight, would you want to know about that?
Yes, I would.
Yes. And DNA is a form of trace evidence, isn't it?
Yes.
It's a pretty sound piece of trace evidence, wouldn't you say?
Yes, if collected properly and chain of evidence, yes.
Right. One of the most formidable pieces of scientific evidence that is used in medicine and science, isn't it?
In forensics, yes.
Yeah, forensics. And so when you used differential diagnosis and excluded the car collision as the cause of the abrasions to John O'Keefe's arm, did you know that there was DNA on the taillight of the defendant's car?
I did not know that.
Would you want it to have known if there was DNA? Particularly, would you want it to have known if the DNA on the taillight of the shattered taillight was John O'Keefe's DNA? Would you want to know that in your differential diagnosis?
That would be helpful. However, again, that the car accident did not cause that configuration of wounds.
And when you're considering the cause of the wounds and you're trying to rule out car accident, you know that that taillight had been shattered, leaving glass and jagged edges. If you had known there was John O'Keefe's DNA on that taillight, would have you wanted to have taken a closer study of the taillight casing and the broken glass?
I don't think it was necessary. Those wounds are so characteristic of a dog attack.
Do you know there was other trace evidence on the back of Miss Reed's car that morning?
Such as?
Hair?
No.
You didn't know that one of John O'Keefe's hair was left on the bumper?
No?
And engaging in your differential diagnosis, considering the mechanic of injury, wouldn't it be important to know that the trace evidence coming from John O'Keefe was left not only on the defendant's car, but in the particular area where the damage to the car, the taillight?
Objection, Your Honor.
Were you aware of that fact, Dr. Russell?
No.
Next question.
When you were excluding a car collision as the cause, did anybody share with you the digital forensics, the black box information showing and demonstrating where the car was, the speed it went back and the distance? Did anybody share that with you?
No.
Did you know that John O'Keefe had a cell phone?
Not surprised.
And do you know that at a certain point when that car left, his cell phone, which was found near his body, never moved? Did you know that?
I read that, yes.
Okay. And when you were using differential diagnosis and thinking about the potential causes of the abrasions in the arm, did it seem important to you that all these facts coincided? The car reversed, the damage, John O'Keefe on the ground, the phone under him?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that question.
Did you consider those things, Dr. Russell?
As I mentioned earlier, I considered various possibilities of a car accident, and a pedestrian accident, I should say. And I went through many scenarios in my head, and no car accident scenario could create that configuration of wounds that's on the arm.
You've done advanced studies on wounds related to car accidents and broken taillights?
I've seen thousands.
Oh, no. Have you done any studies? Do you have any journals that you rely on to say that there's a expected pattern that's going to happen when a taillight intrudes through a sweater and into one's skin?
Yes, there are many textbooks that I have relied on.
Okay.
It's a fundamental area of study in forensic medicine and emergency medicine. And in fact, the examination of the exterior of the body in a motor vehicle accident case is emphasized, and special lectures are given about that topic to the forensic doctors.
You never examined John O'Keefe's body.
By photographs, yes.
You never examined his body.
Personally, no.
No, personally, you. You never examined his body.
I never touched his body. I examined
No,
the
no, you
photographs that
didn't.
were taken in the hospital and in the coroner's office, medical examiner's office.
When you're treating at the hospital and people are coming in telling you there was a dog bite, you're relying on that reporter's history, aren't you?
Usually, yes.
Or an eyewitness who saw it and told you about it.
Correct.
When I asked you before when we were here the last time about any cases where you had to make a diagnosis without information, you couldn't point to one. I asked you to give me one example, and you couldn't give me an example, could you?
I don't remember patients' names.
And so when you rely on the reporter as a medical expert, you take what they say, right, and you assume it's true.
Oh, not always, no.
I see. You
No,
look and see if it's
absolutely
not.
Objection,
One,
Your Honor.
excuse me. One person speaks at a time.
Please.
Let her answer, Mr. Brennan.
No, I don't always take what they say as true because there's many reasons why people do not tell the truth.
Did somebody ever come in and say it was a dog bite and you did differential diagnosis and pattern recognition analysis and determined they were lying, it was not a dog bite?
No.
In all the hundreds, thousands of cases, never has anybody reported to you a dog bite and you determined independently through your powers that it wasn't a dog bite.
Not dog bites, but other wounds, gunshot wounds, stab wounds,
Yeah.
many other kinds of wounds. People report that they occurred a certain way, and actually they have occurred a
And-
different way.
With respect to dog bites, every time you've treated a patient, they've either told you what happened or somebody with them has told you what happened.
Or they didn't know what happened.
Okay. In this case, when you were excluding the collision as the cause of the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm, did you look at witness statements?
As far as I know, there were no witnesses to the event.
Okay, well, did you read the testimony of Officer Sarif? Because the witness who talked to him was Karen Reed. Did you read that?
Objection, Your Honor.
So ask the question differently, Mr. Brennan.
Okay, did you know that Officer Sarif reported that Karen Reed said, "This is all my fault. This is my fault. I did this." Did you consider that or know about that when you made your differential diagnosis regarding the collision?
At some point, I did know that there was a statement like that.
Well, not like that. Did you know about this statement? "This is all my fault. This is my fault. I did this." Did you know about this statement?
Objection, Your Honor.
Did you know that statement? I'm allowing the question.
No.
Let's move on.
Did you know
Mr.
about the statement to Mr. Flamati? I hit him, oh my God, I hit him." Did you know about that statement?
Not that statement, no.
Did you know about the statement that she repeated repeatedly, "I hit him, I hit him"? Did you know about that?
I learned that there was some question about whether there was a statement or a question, did I hit him? I learned that. But that doesn't, I mean,
Where
okay,
did you learn that from?
I don't remember.
Okay. You said that you had experience in domestic violence cases?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know that it's reported that the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe got in an argument shortly before this happened?
Yes, I know that.
When you were considering the cause of these injuries, did you consider Ms. Reed's statements herself to not just witnesses, but to the public, to national magazines and programs? Did you consider any of that?
I don't read the national magazines.
Well, would it help you if you knew she told Boston Magazine that maybe John hit the back of her car, telling her to stop, and then she ran over his foot, or she clipped him in the knee, and in his drunkenness he passed out? Would that help in your differential diagnosis?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
It wouldn't help because those wounds were caused by a dog.
Well, if you believe that statement that she said about running over his foot and clipping him, it would help you conclude that it wasn't a straight-on accident, that it was on the side, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
Even if it were on the side, the car did not cause those injuries.
And we talked about when someone's hit on the side, they could brace or defend themselves, correct?
Oh, correct.
Right. And did you know that if John O'Keefe was standing up and his arm was bent, it would be about the same height as that taillight?
Yes, that I understand. I've been hit on the side. I know about side injuries, side swipe injuries.
Yeah, a clip. It's different, right? And so, knowing that his height matches up with the taillight, what other evidence would you want to know before you excluded the taillight as the cause of injury? To be thorough, what else would you want to know?
Well, see pictures of the fragments of the taillight, which I eventually did, and were there any pieces of metal that had the configuration, anything that could cause those parallel lines with the punctate injuries in between?
How about taillight fragments?
Yes.
Little pieces of glass, right? When glass shatters, it shatters randomly, doesn't it?
Well, it depends on what kind of glass. So,
How about, I'm sorry, please.
it depends on what kind of glass.
I want you.
Well,
I need
motor
to interrupt
vehicle
you.
glass, a lot of motor vehicle glass is tempered glass, and that shatters a certain way
Okay.
and creates a characteristic injuries.
Okay. Tell me about your experience in Lexus rear taillight coverings. What is the pattern injury on that?
I'm not aware of any pattern injuries.
And are you aware when the rear taillight of a Lexus breaks, the different pieces it breaks into? Is it random, or is there a standard in how it breaks?
I'm not sure, but I have an idea.
I'm sorry?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you look at any photographs of the scene in the debris field showing the different size taillight fragments at the very scene where Mr. O'Keefe was found on the ground? Did you look at any of those photographs?
I attempted to, but I couldn't see much detail.
Okay, so
Photographs were not good.
Okay, so you don't really have a command of what the debris field looked like relative to the taillight fragments that were on the ground that morning.
Again, I imagine various scenarios of what broken glass and taillight would look like, and again, I could not come up with any scenario that would cause those parallel marks and the pattern that we described.
Well, I don't need you to imagine a scenario. I only want to talk about one scenario. That's the scenario that led to the death of Mr. O'Keefe that morning. That's the scenario I'm asking you about. And the debris field that actually existed that morning. So what I'm asking you, when you engage in differential diagnosis and you take the position that this couldn't have happened, I need to understand what you actually know about the physical evidence that's at the scene. So that's what I'm going to ask you about, that scene. If you don't know, it's okay. But I want to ask you about that scene that morning. Do you know how many pieces of taillight were found on the ground where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
No.
Do you know the shapes and sizes of the shattered parts of the taillight that were found in that debris field where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
I've seen a picture of various pieces of taillight, yes.
And if you've seen that, you would see that there are a number of different pieces of shattered taillight, yes?
Correct.
Of different sizes,
Yeah?
of different shapes,
Uh-huh.
different diameters, right?
Yes, they're irregular, very irregular.
Different, irregular.
Yeah.
Irregular. Many of them sharp,
Yes,
perhaps almost all of them. Yes?
possibly. Yes.
Well, you say possibly because you never actually have looked at the physical evidence, you just looked at a couple of photos.
I looked at photos, correct.
And as far as the housing for the taillight, what is that made out of?
I believe it's made out of a plastic, and there's a metal around it.
It's metal.
Yeah.
What's the shape of the metal around it?
What's the shape?
Yeah, what is it, when you're describing the metal that you saw, what does it look like?
Well, it looked like there was some curves in it.
Curves?
Yeah.
Any straight lines in it?
Yeah,
Yep. Any jagged parts of it from the breaking?
yes.
Okay. And inside, were there other parts other than just the casing, like wires or metal sticking out?
Yes.
How many pieces?
I don't know how many.
Okay. Did you ever measure those angles or study the angles of the pieces of metal and the casing?
No.
And you never studied the angles or took measurements of any of the shattered taillight, did you?
No.
Okay. Now, sharp objects can cause puncture wounds, can't they?
Yes.
Sharp objects can go through clothes and tear a... No, let me finish. You can answer. Sharp objects can puncture a hole through something like a sweater, can't they?
They can.
And if that object comes back out, it can pull the threads back out with it, couldn't it?
Theoretically, yes.
Yeah. And a sharp object, like glass, can poke or push a hole in a tear in a sweater and then rub up against the skin, causing an abrasion, couldn't it?
And, well, yes. Yes.
And if the glass and the angles and the shattering is irregular, it could cause irregular type abrasions.
Not like that pattern, no.
No, that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, can irregular glass that penetrates a sweatshirt or a sweater and rubs up against the skin, can it cause irregular looking abrasions?
Yes.
And if there's two pieces of metal or glass that are straight, could it cause a linear abrasion?
Yes.
Would you agree with this statement? In a car accident, linear wounds are most commonly caused by contact with shattered glass from the windows, particularly tempered glass, which breaks into small, sharp shards that can create linear cuts on the skin when the body impacts it during the collision. These are often referred to as dicing injuries in forensic medicine.
Yes, and so they're not really very long linear. They are tiny linear abrasions or lacerations.
Abrasions come in all different sizes.
Right, but the ones that are caused by tempered glass are very, very characteristic.
Does glass cause a slicing pattern?
It can.
And it can cause a linear abrasion.
Yes, but there's a specific pattern with tempered glass.
I understand that you have an opinion.
Oh, no, it's fact.
Okay.
It's in textbooks.
Yeah, it's in textbooks that glass can cause linear abrasions.
The tempered glass pattern is in textbooks.
Glass from this broken taillight could cause linear abrasions.
That probably, yes, I agree.
Okay. So the glass that was in this debris field that you got a little look at, it had sharp edges, some of it, right? Yes?
Yeah, I
Ha-
imagine so. I don't know for sure.
Okay. Do you know if it had parallel edges?
Parallel?
Yes.
I don't know.
Okay. Now, when you're looking for trace evidence to see if something caused an injury, you look for remnants of that evidence, don't you?
Yes.
In this case, you didn't do any study of the clothes, and you didn't do any study of the actual Mr. O'Keefe's body, right?
I did not have hands-on
Okay.
study, correct.
But you did learn that there was something remarkable in Mr. O'Keefe's sweater, didn't you?
Can you be more specific?
I can. Glass shards, or broken taillight plastic shards. You understand they were found in Mr. O'Keefe's sweater, right?
Doesn't surprise me.
Well, I know it doesn't surprise you, but the question I'm asking you is, when you decided to engage in differential diagnosis and you decided to exclude collision as the cause of this abrasion, didn't you want to know all the facts and information in considering whether it was the taillight that caused the abrasion? Didn't you want to know that information?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were considering that information, did you know from the criminalistics reports that shards of that broken taillight were littered in his sweater?
I did not know that.
When's the first time you learned of that?
Right now.
Right now. And so when you've prepared for this case and you've received materials from the defense, nobody has ever sent you, ever, the criminalistics reports that show taillight shards were in his sweater where the abrasion was. No one ever showed you that?
I don't recall seeing that at all.
Oh, boy. Well, talking about being a detective and using circumstantial evidence and trace evidence, I want you now to consider this new evidence that you didn't know before you testified at the voir dire and the trial in the first Lanigan hearing.
Objection,
I want
Your
you to,
Honor. I'm sorry.
So let's hear the question first.
when you were ruling out the taillight as the mechanism of injury, when you excluded it in your differential diagnosis, and you said to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that these injuries that you looked at were caused by a dog bite, now that you know that there's a debris field of shattered taillight right near the body of Mr. O'Keefe, And now that you know, in his very sweater, with the abrasions, the same arm under them, is littered with shards of taillight from that Lexus. Does that in any way change your analysis in your differential diagnosis, excluding the car as the mechanic of injury for that abrasion?
Objection, Your Honor.
So I'm going to allow that minus the police officer part, the detective part.
No, it doesn't change my, my conclusion that those injuries, those abrasions were caused by a dog bite.
How do you think the shards of taillight got into his sweater?
They could have got into the sweater from an accident, correct?
From an impact with the taillight, yes?
Could be.
Right. And when the taillight breaks and there's jagged, irregular, linear, sharp edges from that break, what do you think is going to happen to the skin when those shards impact the skin?
They could cause injury, yes.
They could cause puncture wounds, couldn't they?
Yes, they could,
They could cause scratches, couldn't they?
but not in that configuration.
I need to ask you the question so you can answer my question. They could cause scratches, couldn't they?
They could cause scratches.
And you have no studies on how an abrasion looks after an impact with a taillight that is shattered. You don't have any studies or comparative analysis there, do you?
I have no studies, I just have my years of experience.
You know what wasn't found for trace evidence in that sweater? DNA of a dog.
I understand that.
You know when dogs bite, saliva, foam, sweat in their mouth, correct?
I also understand that there were issues with the collection.
Well, we're going to get to your claims and see if there's any basis for it, but that's not the question I asked you, but I will invite you to talk about that in a second. Looking forward to that. What I'm asking you, you know when dogs bite, they can froth at the mouth,
Yes,
sweat,
probably.
yeah, saliva,
Saliva, yes.
right? And when they get active and aggressive, it increases the production of those viscous materials, doesn't it?
I believe so.
Yeah. Well, it's in some of those studies and reports and books you've studied all these years, isn't it? That that's exactly what happens?
That they increase their production
Yes.
of saliva? No, I haven't seen that, but
Okay.
it makes sense.
And so when the dog bites a person, if they're biting through material, that saliva naturally could be embedded in the material, couldn't it?
Could be, yes.
Yeah. And something like a sweater, right? It traps liquid, doesn't it? Been out in the rain in the sweater. You don't want to wear a sweater in the rain. You'd be soaking all day, right?
That makes sense,
Yeah.
yes.
There was no dog DNA found anywhere on the holes in that sweater, was there?
No.
You understand that the crime lab took swabs of every one of those holes, right?
I don't know how many holes they took, but
Well,
yes.
before you
multiple.
discount or allege a conspiracy about DNA taint, wouldn't you want to know what they did before you criticize them?
I know that they took swabs.
Okay. Do you know that they took swabs of every hole?
No.
Do you know that they then packaged them and they tested and they sent them to UC Davis?
I know there was an interval of time
Well,
between the,
people are exonerated.
Your Honor.
Hold it, I just need to hear the answer. Next question, please.
People are exonerated decades after they've been wrongfully convicted based on DNA. Yes?
yes,
DNA lasts for a long time sometimes, doesn't it?
it can.
Okay. And so you know that the DNA or the samples that were swabbed from the sweater was sent to UC Davis. You know that.
Yes.
And you know when they did the analysis, there was no dog DNA,
Right,
right, on any of those holes.
right.
And you've opined that these are bites, teeth going in and out of those holes all the way up and down the arm.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, it is remarkable that there is no dog DNA on any of those holes in the sweater, isn't it?
Again, there's an issue with the collection and transportation of that.
I'd love to talk to you about that. We're going to, but you've got to get through my questions first. It is remarkable as a doctor, as a scientist, that there is no dog DNA in any of those swabs or holes. It's remarkable, isn't it?
Remarkable would not be the word I use.
Extraordinary.
No, I disagree.
Hard to believe.
I disagree.
Okay. Now, there is no dog DNA. Do you think somehow that hurts your cause or your case for your opinion?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Do you think that in somehow challenges your opinion that there's no dog DNA?
No.
Because many times you've interrupted and tried to talk about a suggested or a supposed taint that doesn't exist. And I'm just curious, why is it so important for you to discount dog... Why is it so important for you to discount the fact that dog DNA does not exist on any of those holes?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
I'm aware of the many of the steps that are involved in the collection, preservation, transportation of evidence. And there are multiple places where that can go wrong. So the absence of the evidence is not as remarkable as the presence of the evidence.
What training and experience do you have with regard to DNA evidence? Your answer, not very much. Does that still stand today?
Correct. I've had lectures, but, I'm not a DNA person.
Not very much, right? And so now you're suggesting, without any fact, that many things could have gone wrong.
Absolutely, with any specimen.
Right. So you're willing to come into court and just float an idea without a good faith basis or fact?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What went wrong in the collection of this DNA? What went wrong in it?
I can't tell you what went wrong, but I can tell you that there were possibilities that that there were errors at various steps.
Okay, well, if you want to claim and allege an error to demean or discount the evidence, tell us what the error was that happened with the production, the preservation and testing of this DNA. What was it?
I can't tell you the exact error, but there's, first of all, the decedent was in the snow for a while. So it may have washed off some of the evidence.
What evidence do you have that it washed off?
I don't have any proof, but you asked me possibilities.
No, I didn't ask you possibility. You're raising possibilities. I'm asking you what evidence, what fact do you have that DNA was degraded or taken from that sweater because he was lying in the snow? What evidence do you have?
I don't have evidence. I'm considering different possibilities.
What about the preservation of it? What evidence do you have before you make such a claim that somehow there was an irregularity or a taint? What evidence do you have that there was something about the accumulation of this evidence, this item, that was tainted?
I didn't say, or I didn't mean to say, that there was a definite error in the process. I'm telling you that there could be. So that's why a negative finding is not all that remarkable.
When we're in a courtroom, you know as an expert witness and as a doctor, you can't speculate. That's not a reasonable degree of medical certainty, is it?
I'm telling you, with a process, just like, when blood is drawn from a patient, for instance.
This is coming from somebody who says they don't know very much about DNA. You're floating an idea that you have no factual basis for.
I'm talking about a specimen in general.
I'm not
It doesn't have to be DNA specimens. Specimens in general there can be errors in the process.
But we're talking about DNA here because you brought it up last hearing. You suggested that there was an irregularity at the last hearing.
There could be. You asked, for an explanation why DNA was not found. Well, that's a possibility.
So when you're using words like something could have gone wrong, you're not suggesting in good faith and in fact that you believe something went wrong, are you?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'm going to allow it. Are you suggesting that, Dr. Russell?
I'm suggesting there's a possibility that something could have gone wrong.
No, but you can't tell us what that was.
No, there are multiple steps.
Tell me one of the steps that went wrong. Tell me anything.
No, I can't tell you definitively that anything went wrong on a particular step. I'm telling you that there are multiple steps where error can occur. That's all. So, and any physician, even not only scientist but physician, knows that not all test results are 100% accurate.
All right, let's wrap this up. So
Okay.
you've been through the UC Davis report.
Yes.
You've been through now you know there's a criminologist report and they swabbed all the holes, right? There is an absence of dog DNA. We agree about that, right?
That's what you tell me.
Right. And we also agree that you have no actual science, medicine, or fact to suggest that there was anything wrong whatsoever with the collection, preservation, and testing of this dog DNA.
I have no evidence. That's correct.
Okay. I want to now turn to the actual exhibits and photographs and ask you some questions about the photographs and about some of the statements you've made prior about those.
Okay.
Okay? Can I have Exhibit 5, please? You've seen this exhibit before.
Yes.
You've testified about it a number of times.
Yes.
And you understand this is a photograph of Mr. John O'Keefe's right arm?
Yes.
You've described different abrasions on that arm on different dates in court, haven't you?
Yes.
I want to start from the left to the right. And although we haven't used numbers, I'm going to characterize it as a number so we know which wound we're talking about, so that we can discuss the different statements you've made about each wound. The wound closest to the shoulder, you see that wound?
Yes.
I'm going to call that wound number 1, if you don't mind.
Okay.
When you look at the wound closest to the shoulder, is it fair to say that you've given different versions or statements about what you think was the cause of that abrasion?
Not that I'm aware of.
Remember testifying in the voir dire, in this case, when you first came in before the trial?
Yes.
And you described that that is a pattern, saying there are 2 wounds with perhaps potentially a scratch in the middle?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember saying in that voir dire that they were consistent with teeth marks?
With teeth marks?
Yes.
I believe I do.
And do you remember when you first testified in this case at the voir dire, you said they could also possibly be consistent with nail marks?
Yes.
Okay. So when you were looking at this, and isn't this an example of no methodology in dog bite science? Because when you're looking at that, there's a very big difference between what teeth would have caused and what nails would have caused, isn't there?
No.
No. Teeth on a wound start with a puncture and then pull down, or the bottom teeth puncture and then pull up. Is that fair to say?
Not always.
And a nail, a dog's nail, is shaped kind of like a horseshoe, right? The nail. And so when it pulls, it's going to leave a very different pattern than a tooth, isn't it?
Not necessarily. It depends on how deep the contact is between the nail or the tooth and the skin.
Suffice to say, when you first testified under oath about wound number 1, you expressed uncertainty whether it was teeth or whether it was nails.
Yes.
Okay. And so you didn't have any standard criteria to look at the wound to try to match up a comparative analysis. There's nothing specific where you would have a standard where you would say, well, this is what I would need to determine it's a nail, and this is what I'd need to determine it's a tooth. You didn't have that, did you?
There is none. And in the literature, authors have mentioned that it's very difficult to tell the difference between a claw wound and tooth mark sometimes.
When we look at wound number 1, when you originally said it was either teeth or nails, you then testified at trial, and you said the same consistent thing at trial, that this could either be teeth or it could be nails.
Would you repeat that?
Sure. After the voir dire, where you said that this wound, number one, could have been caused by a dog's teeth or a dog's nails, you then testified a few days later at trial. And you said the same thing, didn't you, that this wound could have been caused by teeth or nails?
May I look?
You don't remember?
It sounds right.
Okay. Well, I want you to look and be sure. It is trial transcript, page 20, line 3. Thank you. Page 20. Start line 3. Yeah, right there. Okay. Dr. Russell, do you have the same transcript as us?
Yes.
Okay. When you were talking about the number of patterns, you started with the upper part of the arm, you talked about the parallel lines, and you said they were inflicted by either teeth or claw marks.
Line 3?
Well, start at line 3. Teeth or claw marks is actually line 5.
Line 5 says the word photographs here.
Okay. You must have a different version than us. May I have a-
Are you talking about the trial?
I am, so you have a different copy than we do. My apology.
20, line 3?
Now, I'm going to have to show my copy only because there's different versions of the transcript going around.
All right,
And it's
so
not going to reconcile.
what I have that Mr. McDermott copied on the trial transcript is what you just read from page 20, starting at line 3.
And that's what we have, but it's not the copy that Dr. Russell has. So if the court would allow me, I'll show her my transcript.
All right, I thought Mr. McDermott's copy went to Dr. Russell. Okay. Sure, go ahead, Sherry.
If I may, I believe one copy has the sidebars and one copy does not.
Okay.
That's what I think the discrepancy is.
Okay.
Do we have a second copy of this trial transcript that I can give her? Sure. Thank you. Here you go. So at trial, you similarly said that this was caused by either teeth or claw marks.
Yes.
Okay. And so there was obvious uncertainty by you whether this was teeth or claw marks when you testified at the voir dire and when you testified before the jury at the first trial.
Yes.
You told counsel when you had your direct examination on the last case that between the time of the trial and between your testimony at the first hearing in this Lanigan hearing, you had not reviewed any further materials.
No, I don't think I said that.
Oh, you did review further materials,
In the process of writing my report,
which Mr. Lisi helped you with, yes?
Objection, Your Honor.
in the process of writing my report, I did review articles. I re-reviewed the photographs, and and my opinion even, became a little clearer.
So when you testified in front of the first jury, expressing an expert opinion, you weren't very clear?
No, I was certain that these were either teeth or claw marks.
Okay. But things have evolved, haven't they?
Yes, I have, in the course of reviewing and also being challenged, I'm being challenged, so I need to re-review everything. Yes, things have evolved.
So things have changed.
Changed? No.
Well?
It's one of the, I said teeth or claw marks.
Well, it's not one or the other. You're supposed to testify with specificity.
Again, in the articles, in the literature, medical peer review literature, it's mentioned that it's very difficult in some sets of marks to determine what's a claw mark and what's a tooth mark.
So based on your reading of the literature that tells you it's very difficult to distinguish, you nevertheless then come into the hearing and you change your testimony and distinguish, because what you said now at the last hearing is this wasn't claw marks. Your position now is that these were teeth marks, not claw marks.
I also mentioned that I saw some punctate wounds up here, these two little wounds up there, and that helped clarify.
That picture hasn't changed since you looked
Yeah.
at it before voir dire.
Perhaps I didn't see them the first time. They're very faint.
You made a mistake.
No.
Oh.
Either teeth or claw marks included both of those.
So because you overlooked certain things, your opinion you gave to the jury was not an accurate opinion.
At the trial?
Yeah, at the trial.
Is this the trial?
Yeah.
This is the trial. It isn't accurate. It's
Well,
either teeth or claw marks.
Well, that's not what you're saying now. Now you're saying it was teeth, not just teeth. You're saying it was canine teeth.
Yes, I believe now
Right.
that they are more likely canine teeth.
Well, you didn't say more likely. You said to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty.
Well-
Is it more likely or is it to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Reasonable degree of medical certainty.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
To a reasonable degree of medical certainty, those are now dog bites.
those are, teeth marks.
These right here.
Correct.
All right, and to a reasonable degree of,
It's my opinion that to the reasonable degree of medical certainty, those are marks made by teeth.
and the teeth that you claim that these are now made are the canine teeth.
Yes, I believe so.
Well, not you believe so. I want to know if you're certain about this, a medical certainty.
Yes, to a reasonable degree of medical
Okay.
certainty, those are made by canine teeth.
Okay. And so your opinion from the time when you first testified at trial, the opinions you gave to the jury, it's now different,
I don't see it as different.
okay? What else did you overlook in this wound when you first gave your opinion to the jury? What else did you miss?
I don't think I missed anything. There's another abrasion in the middle.
Well, no, we're not going to move on. We're going to stay right here in one until we're done.
Excuse me.
staying
I
on
mean,
this-
there's an abrasion right there in the
Right.
middle.
What's that caused by?
It could be caused by one of the incisor
Well,
teeth.
when you say it could be, I want you to use science and not just speculate. How many incisors are on the top row of a healthy dog?
6.
And the bottom?
6.
Okay. And if a dog has healthy incisors that are not irregular, that are even, you know it's not going to have one incisor leaving a scratch and the other one's leaving no mark.
No, I disagree with that. It's very possible. Skin is very elastic.
Mm-hmm.
And teeth are not always the exact same
Right.
height and have the exact same configuration.
And if they're irregular, one's bigger or missing or there's a gap, it could leave an irregular mark. Could.
It could.
But you don't know that. You don't know anything about the dog that is claimed to have caused this wound, do you?
I don't know about his specific teeth, no.
And do you know whether there's any irregularities in Chloe's teeth that would cause this irregular scratch by the incisor in the middle and leave out any other marks?
Even if there were no irregularities, the fact that skin is elastic and that it could mean that not all teeth made contact.
Do you know anything about Chloe's incisors on the top and whether there's any irregularities or missing incisors? Do you know?
I don't know.
Would it help you to know that?
It'd be nice to know, but
When you say
I don't
nice,
need
when you say nice, is that a medical term of yes, it would be helpful to know that?
it could be helpful.
And so when we look at wound number 1 that you now say is a bite mark, not a scratch mark, caused by canines, how many canines do you think caused these 2 linear lines?
I believe that those are caused by 2 canine teeth.
Okay. So did the teeth start at the top and work their way down, or did they start at the here and work their way up?
I can't say.
Well, wouldn't you, if you're going to say the canine teeth, wouldn't you want to look at the wound and see where the puncture starts and then where it tears from? Wouldn't you want to know that?
You know, excuse me, there is no puncture.
Uh-huh.
There was no puncture in this one.
Right. And when a dog bites, the bottom jaw with their canines grabs and anchors, and then the top pulls and tears. That's how a dog bite works, isn't it?
Sometimes, if both the upper jaw and the lower jaw actually make contact, but not always do both jaws make contact.
It's a third-prong lever, a jaw, the way it works. It traps and pulls, yes?
If there's contact, yes,
Right. And so
with both jaws.
most animals don't just bite with their top teeth and drag.
It happens quite a bit.
What happens with frogs, right? There's
I don't know
vernal
anything
pool in
about
the area.
frogs.
It doesn't
Sorry.
happen with dogs. Dogs bite and pull.
They try, but they don't always contact with their lower jaw.
Did you look at the underside of Mr. O'Keefe's arm to see if there was any punctures or abrasions as an anchor that would allow the top canines to pull on this?
I did.
Yeah. And what'd you see?
I didn't see them.
And so what would have had to happen in your version of events is that the dog would have had to not create a puncture, but just scrape with its top two canines and not anchor into anything else.
And that happens often.
And you can't tell whether the canine started here or started here.
That's correct. I'm not
Right.
sure.
Well, here is not a puncture, but it's a rounder wound. We're still on wound number 1. The right linear abrasion, it's wider and rounder, isn't it?
It appears to be.
Okay. And this is a little more narrow up here than it is down here.
Correct.
Right? But there's no way the canines from the top mouth could have started here and worked their way down here. There's no way that could have happened, right? Because this arc would mean that the dog's mouth is backwards. The dog's mouth is backwards if it went this way.
I'm not sure I'm understanding what you're
Yeah.
saying.
You see that this here, 2 teeth, if the dog's canines started here and worked their way down this way, they don't line up. They're not even. It's backwards.
It would be an odd configuration.
Well,
for
odd, it would be like Ripley's Believe It or Not. The dog would have to have their teeth the opposite way.
No, I could see how that could happen.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. And these 2 scratches, there is no puncture, you say. You don't know what direction it's going in. There's no anchor on the bottom. But yet, your opinion is that these are dog bites.
I believe they are, yes.
Based on just simply looking at them, and you've seen something before in your experience that makes you think it looks similar.
Again, based on my 30 years of experience.
But you don't have any comparative sample or any type of model where you're looking at this and matching up particular points of interest with specificity, like a fingerprint, a swirl, or a whirl. You're not looking at this and saying, well, this is endemic of a dog bite or a canine. There's nothing about this that is particular or specific.
The pattern is fairly specific. It's highly specific, actually.
This pattern here
The
can only
pattern
be
of
caused by
the whole configuration, the whole arm.
Let's start with this one, though.
Yeah,
There's-
but
there's
you have
nothing-
to take things in context.
We're going to go through all of them, and then we can talk about all of them in context together. Because I know what you said at the last hearing, but I'm talking about these. There's nothing about these that are particular or specific or endemic to a dog bite, is there?
If the arm only had those 2
Right?
abrasions,
Uh-huh.
yes, it would be extremely difficult to say that those were a dog.
Well, it's not difficult. There would be no objective evidence that it was a dog bite. It wouldn't just be difficult. It wouldn't be accurate. There's nothing about these that suggests dog bite. There's no puncture. The abrasions consistent here. They're different.
There's a
Objection, Your Honor.
Part of you shouting objection adds to the overlay.
What would you like to
So
do?
when you start to stand and say object, that's fine. Dr. Russell, you finish your answer, and Mr.
I'm bad?
Brennan, wait until she finishes her answer before your next question.
I'd like to see the court clarify. It's okay.
I'm going to see counsel at side back for a minute.
All rise to the court, please.
Yeah, just focus on the fan. That's actually, the fan, it was always like, you know, it's just that sometimes like, you know, we might have to come out, we're not gonna
Yeah. I guess. I got a couple of times when it seems that
getting more stuff in. What's that? Are you really? Yeah, I was getting money with all people. I'm not assigned to no, really? He's forward? Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't, yeah, this was.
Yeah, well, the new one, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Right, yeah, because they knocked all that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they can, you know, like roll actually, yes, I'm sorry to have you step up. That's right. We just did mark the media.
Oh, yeah, okay.
No, I'm so just, you know what, is there any media that has stepped out that's not here? I don't know.
Yeah, Ted. Ted.
My audio guy.
Two or three.
Can you get a few of them?
We just want to talk to you briefly.
They're,
They might be in the hall right there.
well, well, why don't we make an announcement for the media today? You're not in trouble. No. That's what they always say before you're in trouble.
Yeah.
You're not recording us, are you?
No.
Everything's off.
Do you have an attorney?
I'm pointing up
Do you have an attorney?
Not yet.
I can't afford this very
Why don't you appoint
one
for you?
appointment
Why don't you
for
appoint
you?
it for you?
That's good.
Yeah, just because, yeah, please, thank you, Councilman.
Hold on a second.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think we had Exhibit 5, please. Thank you. Dr. Russell, we were talking about these two scratches or abrasions as wound 1. I want to continue asking some questions about wound 1. And I had asked you, now that your position is that these were caused by the canines of the dog, was it the upper or lower canines?
I can't tell 100%.
Well, not 100%. What's your opinion? Are these upper or lower canines?
I believe they're upper canines.
Okay. And why do you believe these are upper canines as opposed to lower canines?
Because when the mouth of the dog opens and attacks, it's usually the upper canines that grasp first.
And you're saying because there's an absence on the other side that this must be the upper canines? Is that your logic?
I'm saying because it's usually the uppers that grasp first.
There's nothing in methodology or comparative study that would tell you that these are consistent with upper canines. You're just deducing that based on there's only one pattern instead of two?
There's nothing that makes it definitive, correct?
Well, not just definitive. There's no cues. There's no clues. There's nothing here that says to a person or even an expert that these are caused by canine teeth.
Well, the other consideration is if the victim was trying to defend himself, it's the upper canines that would impact first on that surface of the arm.
What if the victim was defending himself from a 6,000-pound car? That'd be a different type of wound than this?
This is not caused by a car.
So what evidence do you have that the victim was defending himself, which caused this shape of wounds?
Again, it's very common for someone who's under attack to take their arm and flex it in front of them to protect their vital organs,
Okay.
the neck, head, face.
So if Mr. O'Keefe is flexing his arm to defend himself, that doesn't answer the question, what identifying feature with specificity in these support any conclusion that it was a canine tooth that caused either of them?
Well, first, in general, it's the canine teeth that are going to impact because they are much longer than the incisor teeth.
Right. The question I have is, look at these two scratches here. What objective evidence do you have, based on methodology, comparative analysis, what evidence do you have that either of these were caused by a dog tooth, a canine?
Again, the methodology is that I looked at the overall pattern of the wounds on the arm, not just those two wounds up by the shoulder, but the overall pattern.
So your testimony is, if I look at everything together, I can have an opinion. If I look at this separately, it means nothing.
If I look at it separately, I cannot be as definitive, correct?
Well, not as definitive. I'm asking you for an opinion. You don't have any evidence that this has any relation to a dog bite. Without looking at the whole arm and giving that general opinion we'll get to, you have nothing as far as facts or comparative analysis or studies that would say that this was caused by canines on a dog, do you?
It's consistent with two canine teeth. There's a distance between those parallel marks.
Did you measure the distance between where this begins or ends, because you don't know, and this begins or ends?
I would have loved to, but...
If I could just finish, I'm sorry. Did you measure the distance between this and this and this and this?
I could not measure it because there's no ruler in that picture.
You know that when a dog bites, the canines don't move. Unlike paws that might open or close, the teeth stay the same distance apart, don't they?
Correct.
There's nothing that you know of in any dog science that canines, when they bite, they open or close or get wider or more narrow. They're always the same distance, right?
With it, for that dog, yes.
Right, that dog.
Assuming that they're healthy teeth, yes.
And you don't know if they're healthy teeth or not because you never looked at Chloe.
Correct.
Okay. And you're not saying there's any punctures anywhere in here, are you?
I don't see a definitive puncture.
Well, do you see a puncture that's not definitive?
At the very lower aspect of the photo, this area is not well defined.
So you're saying this is possibly a puncture?
I can't rule it out by that photograph.
Well, couldn't you rule it out through other analysis and evidence? Couldn't you rule it out, as we just spoke about, because if this was the puncture, that means the bite is going this way. And if it's going this way, the arc is in the total opposite direction. Couldn't you rule it out just on that?
I couldn't rule it out, but it certainly makes sense that it would not, that the punctures would not be down below.
Well, does it not make sense? It makes no sense that it would go this way. It wouldn't be going up if the dog has an arc going this way. The arc would have to be this way.
It depends on the position of the victim.
A dog's arc is not going to change depending on the position of a victim.
No.
And the dog's canines are not going to move depending on the position of the victim.
That's right, but if he's bending over, and depending on the position of the arm, the wound can change. The wound can have a different appearance than what you would expect.
Okay. Let's move on to number 2, which I'm identifying as these 2 linear scratches and then the scratch on the bottom. And you've testified about this wound number 2, although you didn't characterize it as wound number 2, right?
Yes.
Okay. When you first testified under oath in the voir dire about wound number 2, do you remember what you said that you thought that might be?
I believe I said bites or scratches.
Teeth or claws, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, at trial, did you change your opinion at all about teeth or scratches?
I'm not sure.
Do you think you said at trial that this was not scratches, but most likely teeth?
I may have said that.
Okay. And then you testified at this hearing, didn't you?
Yes.
And now definitively you're saying this wasn't scratches at all, it was teeth.
Definitively, I cannot say that. They still could be scratches. There's a possibility that 2 adjacent nail marks made that.
So you're saying this could be nails or could be scratches? I mean, this could be nail
Bite
scratches
or-
or could be teeth?
Yes, there's a possibility that those could be scratches.
When you were asked on direct examination, that wasn't your testimony, was it? I turned you to page 101, line 13.
On what day?
I'm sorry, the last hearing date. It's the thickest of the 3. Yes, it's page 101, line 13. May I approach to help you on that?
Yes.
It's the thick one.
Okay.
Okay. No, that's the wrong site, so we're gonna, you got that one. At that hearing, when you last testified, did you say that teeth made those marks? You were unable to say which teeth, but it was teeth?
Yes, I believe I did.
Okay, so your position from the voir dire and from the trial testimony changed regarding this wound when you last testified at the Lanigan hearing?
I still think that they are probably teeth, but I cannot 100% rule out scratch marks.
Did you say something like, I'm not sure exactly what teeth made these? They could, one of them could, one set of these could be canine, one part of this, and an adjacent incisor tooth, but I'm not sure on the second set?
Again, it goes to the fact that the wounds are not very specific for differentiating between between teeth and claw marks. However, in the setting of a pattern, one can get a whole lot more information, and that is supported by the articles.
So getting back to wound number 2, when you described this for Mr. Alisi, he suggested to you, so even though you may not be able to identify the specific aspect of the dog dentition, you're able to identify this is from some aspect of dog dentition. Is that what you're saying? And you said yes. So you were saying at the last hearing, this is from dog dentition.
Mm-hmm.
Dog dentition is different than toenail marks.
Paw marks, yeah.
So
Yeah.
your testimony
Yeah.
that you offered the jury in this case was different in regards to wound 2 than the testimony you offered the court at the first part of this hearing.
The jury?
Yeah, the jury. When you testified at trial, you said it
Trial.
was claw marks or teeth.
Uh-huh.
You said at the last hearing this was dentition, teeth. So the opinion has now changed.
I think for the most, well, I'm sorry if maybe I made a mistake.
No, I don't think so. I think your opinion has changed. You said this was either claw marks or tooth marks. You weren't sure. There was uncertainty at trial. At the Lanigan hearing, when you were asked by Mr. Alisi, he asked you specifically if this was dentition, and you said it was.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, so ask the question differently,
Okay.
without the commentary.
You're saying now this is not claw marks or toenail marks. This is by teeth, dentition.
I actually think it could be either.
Okay. Now, would you agree that is different than what you said the first time you testified at this hearing?
It sounds like it.
So you've gone back and forth kind of a little bit.
It's not a definite, it's not in and of itself, that set of abrasions is not definitive.
Well, you didn't offer the jury the opinion that they weren't definitive or that you had confusion, did you?
I'm getting a little confused because at the jury, you told me that I said it was one or the other.
Right. And then you changed to it was dentition, and now you're back to claws or teeth?
I think it's still teeth, but yeah, I can't rule out the claws.
Okay. And because you have no comparative standard, you don't have a standard in the industry where you can look at this and say it has 6 points of contact or 6 features of similarity. You don't have anything like that. You're simply relying on your personal empirical experience.
Well, no, I also saw these 2 punctures, the punctate wounds right there.
Okay.
And that made me think that it was more teeth than claw marks.
This here you're describing
Yes.
as punctate?
Punctate,
Now,
yeah.
you never got the benefit of seeing Mr. O'Keefe, did you?
Personally, no.
Did you know he was Irish? Light skin?
Makes sense with that
yeah,
name.
Freckles, moles. Look at these. They're all over his body. You don't think the dog was puncturing up all over here, did you?
No.
Right. So these are the same. These little things, these skin blemishes, same as these all over the body.
Oh,
Aren't
you're a
they?
doctor?
There's no question.
Do you think that what you're describing as dog puncture wounds, you could be mistaken for just his skin and the different types of marks on his skin, like freckles or moles?
I don't believe so, particularly since they're right where those wounds are, the abrasions are.
Well, wouldn't the skin blemishes be there before any abrasions?
I haven't seen a picture of him before this incident.
Right. Okay. So to get back to, we're now at, this is either a dog bite or it's a scratch. What is it about the top 2 that tell you it's a dog bite?
Would you rephrase that? Or, I mean, would
You're
you say it
saying-
again?
You're saying these are either dog bites or scratches. That's what you're saying. You're not sure which one, but it's definitely a dog. That's your position.
Yes.
Okay. What about these 2 are telling you that this is a dog bite?
I think I said it already previously, that they're parallel. They're parallel lines that seem to have these punctate lesions associated with them. And they're in and around the other lesions I believe are dog bites.
When a dog punctures and pulls, there's not an island of skin and then it goes back to the pole. The puncture starts at the pole and then it goes to the bottom, doesn't it?
There are no complete puncture wounds on this arm.
Well, you just cited puncture wound as the reason why you think this was a dog bite. You said these aren't these are not a skin condition, rather they're puncture wounds, and that was the basis for saying these are bites. If you don't know if these are puncture wounds or not, how can you say these are dog bite?
First of all, I did not say, with all due respect, I did not say they were puncture wounds. They are punctate lesions.
Okay. And
They're different.
The punctate lesion, is that caused by a tooth?
Yes, I believe it is.
And you know when a dog punctures, it then tears and pulls.
Only if they penetrate the skin. They have to penetrate in order to pull.
Okay. And
To create a laceration and pull.
And a puncture is not a penetration?
A puncture is. A punctate lesion is not.
And so what about these two linear abrasions? What science, what comparative analysis, what evidence do you have that these are caused by teeth?
It's part of the pattern.
Of this whole pattern?
Of this whole pattern.
But just like wound number one, independently, this doesn't tell you anything. You can't give an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that this was caused by a dog standing on its own.
By itself, it's consistent with, but yes, I cannot say by itself that it's caused by a dog.
Okay.
That lesion by itself.
And there's nothing about these scratches that are consistent with the horseshoe shape of a nail of a dog, is there?
You mean the horseshoe shape of the jaw?
No, the dog's nail. The dog's nails.
Paw nail?
Toenail.
Toenail?
Yeah.
There's nothing specific, no.
So again, to have any real opinion to a medical degree of certainty, you need to look at everything together. You cannot look at this and tell us any specific identifying feature that would support an opinion or conclusion to a degree of medical certainty it was caused by a dog bite or a dog scratch.
Mr. Brennan, that's the way medicine is. You know, in medicine, you don't just look at one complaint or one wound or one test and make a diagnosis. You usually need several supporting tests or other lesions to corroborate a diagnosis. So that's part of medicine.
So you would agree with my statement, what I just said?
Would you repeat it?
Of course. So there is nothing specific with regards to these three scratches in and of themselves, without looking at the entire arm. There's nothing about these three that you can say with specificity that supports an opinion that they were caused by a dog bite or a dog scratch.
I disagree.
Okay.
I think the combination of the punctate lesions right there and there, along with the linear parallel abrasions, supports that assessment.
Do you have any papers, any studies that show that a scratch like this, that would look like this, is a dog bite or a dog scratch based just on the appearance of these three scratches?
Just on the appearance, no. Usually the studies that I've read have pictures of multiple lesions, and in those pictures of multiple lesions, there may be lesions like this, individual lesions.
You can't tell, in your opinion, these are dog bites or dog scratches, so is there anything specific about them that can lead you to a reasonable conclusion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that these were caused by a dog? Putting aside the whole panoply of scratches, these here, what about them is unique and distinct?
Objection, Your Honor.
All alone, just after what's been called 2.
What about them?
Okay, again, they're consistent with dog bites and scratches, and together with the overall picture of the numerous wounds, it paints a picture that makes me sure that this is from a dog attack.
Okay. I won't ask again, but I wasn't asking about the overall wounds. We're going to get to that. I was asking just about these three, but I'll leave your answer as it stands. Let's move to wound number 3. Now, wound number 3 really is a collection of scrapes, and you gave some testimony about the first 2. So if we look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So in wound 3, we have 5 larger abrasions on the top of the elbow. You see that?
I do.
And then you see a couple of dots down here. Yes?
Yes.
And I want to ask you some questions, and what I'll do, even though this is wound 3, I'll talk about scrape 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 so we know what we're referring to. Is that fair?
Yes, but
Okay.
again, any one little tiny part of the image or wound is, it's not going to be sufficient to make a diagnosis. I need the pattern.
You never recognized that in your voir dire testimony or in your trial testimony before the jury that you needed the collection of all abrasions to have an opinion. Instead, isn't it fair to say that you were talking about individual wounds as if they stood on their own?
I believe that
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that? I'm gonna
that
allow
is
you to
unfair.
answer.
That's incorrect.
It wasn't until Mr. Alisi directed you that you started talking about dog attack and collection of wounds as a whole.
That is incorrect.
Okay. So looking at these wounds, wound number 3, and I know it may be a series of wounds, it might not be one wound in your opinion, but let's talk about this collection of abrasions, okay? Do you remember in the voir dire talking about this collection of abrasions and you were saying they were consistent with teeth or claw marks?
Okay.
Is that what you said at the voir dire?
I'd have to look again.
Okay. Well, why don't we look at page 38, line 13?
Mine is gone. I don't have a board there.
Okay. We'll have to get you one.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, it's 48, line 13.
What page?
That one's not right either. No. Okay. Well, let me withdraw that question. Did you testify previously that these are consistent with teeth or claw marks?
Did I testify when?
Previously.
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And do you have a different opinion today whether these are teeth or claw marks?
No.
So you think that these could either be teeth or claw marks?
I think they're more likely teeth marks.
Which one of these 5 do you think are teeth marks?
All of them.
You think all 3 are teeth marks? Do you think a dog bit Mr. O'Keefe and inflicted these at the same time or different times?
I believe that this was this configuration, this collection right
Yes.
here.
Yeah.
I believe this is one bite.
One bite. And so if we were to follow your theory, this was one bite, this would be the arc of the dog's mouth?
Yes, it could be.
Well, is there an arc here?
There appears to be.
Okay. And we know that when a dog punctures it, then from the top teeth pulls down, the bottom pulls up, right?
Push it.
So if this is the arc of the dog right here, and it's like a half of a sun or a half moon over the elbow, you claim these 2 dots are consistent with puncture wounds?
No, punctate lesions.
Oh, punctate lesions, I'm sorry. Which teeth, upper or lower teeth, do you think caused these 5?
I believe those were the upper teeth.
So you believe this is a canine on the left, number 1, and a canine on the right, number 5?
It could be.
Okay. Now, if here's the arc of the dog's mouth, and this is a canine on 1 and 5, where do the canines puncture and pull? Up or down?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Where do the canine teeth puncture? From the bottom or from the top?
So if these are, let me use my pointer here. If these are canines, and this could, by the way, be this also could be 2 separate bites. But if these are canines, they usually would start on the based on this picture, the upper or higher area and pull down.
Right. They would have to start up and pull down if that was an arc of a mouth, wouldn't it? But you see the bottom of these wounds, right? The round part that is closer to a puncture is on the bottom. Aren't they going in the wrong direction if this is the arc of the mouth?
No, I don't think that they are going in the wrong direction. You have to keep in mind that presumably Mr. O'Keefe was not standing there and letting the dog just chew on his arm. Okay, that there's
How do you know that?
move.
Objection, Your Honor.
How do you know that?
No, but she's not finishing her answer, Your Honor.
The question's allowed.
How do you know what he was doing?
Because it's normal human behavior that if you're,
How do you know what he was doing? How do you know what Mr. O'Keefe was doing that night?
again, it's normal human behavior to pull away from someone that's attacking you, a person or an animal. That's normal human behavior. If he was still throughout this whole attack, I would be looking for a different set of wounds.
You're speculating about all of these comments about what he was doing and not doing. You have no idea what he was doing, do you?
I'm just
Objection, Your Honor.
The question, can you answer that question, Doctor?
I'm basing it on normal human behavior.
And so you would disagree with me that if these were dog bites, the part that's thicker, that is more similar, although not a puncture, would start at the bottom and work up, meaning the dog's head was over here on the top. You disagree with me about that?
Do I disagree?
Yes.
Yeah, I believe that that's
Okay.
incorrect.
Okay. And if these are canines, did you measure the distance between the canines?
Again, there's no ruler, but the other thing is we don't know what position his elbow was in at the time of this. So it could be, although it looks like it's a larger, a larger configuration than a normal canine distance, intercanine distance. That's what you're referring to, the intercanine distance. If his arm was flexed, that distance would be shorter. So you cannot make any assessment based on this picture.
Do you notice the differences between the left mark and the right mark are a greater distance than wound number 1, where you said that it was 2 canines that caused these linear abrasions?
And there's no elbow between the linear abrasions of wound collection number 1. There's no elbow up here to be flexed.
Let me ask again, do you notice the difference between these two? It is wider than the difference between wound number 1 when you said it was 2 canines.
You mean this mark here versus this mark here? Is that what you're talking about?
Wound 1, on wound 3, number 1, number 5, where you said these could be canines, you notice the distance is different than the distance where you claim that wound 1 was caused by 2 canines. Do you notice the difference in distance?
Again, I'm not clear what you're asking me. Are you asking me the distance between this tooth and that tooth? I think what you're asking me is the intercanine distance. Is that what you're asking me about?
Intercanine distance, I've never heard that word.
Well,
Is that a new one?
no, that's
Okay.
well known in the medical literature.
Let's just look at simple math or size. The distance between these 2 wounds is a greater distance than where you said it was canines in wound number 1, isn't it?
Again, I believe I just explained it, that if the elbow was flexed at the time that the wound was inflicted, or the bite was inflicted, you would get these 2 wounds that are closer to one another than they appear here, because the arm is partially extended here, and skin moves.
Are you saying this is a full bite, puncture wound top and bottom?
Excuse me?
Are you saying this was a full bite of puncture wounds, bottom canines, top canines? Are you saying this is a full bite?
I don't believe no, this is not a full bite. There is no significant penetration of the skin. So this is not a full bite or a complete bite.
Did you say at trial, at the elbow, there's another different series of marks that again have linear abrasions? up where the pointer is, and then down below some punctate, superficial, round, small abrasions, again representing upper and lower teeth, in my opinion. Was that your opinion at trial, that this represented upper and lower teeth?
Yes.
And these lower teeth, what teeth were these?
What teeth?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Were they the canines?
Could be a canine, could be incisors.
Okay. There we go. Thank you. And so your opinion at trial is these 4 could all be canines?
Which 4?
1, 2, and then the 2 punctures, or punctate.
That is a possibility. It is actually, and I think I said this too, that this could actually be a configuration of 2 separate bites. Where you have canine puncture wound, punctate lesion from the, so upper canines, lower canines. And then this could be a separate one. Just can't tell. There's not enough specificity in this configuration of wound.
And you have nothing to compare it to either.
No.
Do you see the distance is different between what you said is a 4-set upper and lower canine and this one here, this canine? Do you see the obvious difference?
With all due respect, Mr. Brennan, again, the elbow moves, so the skin moves. The skin overlying the elbow moves, and we don't know the configuration that this arm was in at the time those wounds were inflicted. You cannot make a generalization.
I'm going to ask you one more time. You don't have to answer. Do you see the obvious distance between wound 1 and 3 where you say that it was the canines? Do you see that?
Objection, Your Honor.
So I'm going to strike the part that says you don't need to answer. Can you answer that question, please, Doctor? And then we'll move on, Mr. Brennan.
I see the difference, but I understand the difference.
Okay. If these were canine wounds, they can't be claw wounds, right?
Yes.
And based on your knowledge and study and whatever you're relying on, you have no way of telling if this is canines or a claw.
Not 100%, correct?
Not even 100%. You don't have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether it's canines or claws, do you?
I believe those are canines.
Okay. Did you testify at the Lanigan hearing when Mr. Alisi was asking you questions? Did you observe any claw marks with regard to the injuries, and you said it's possible?
Possible, yes.
How can you give an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty it was canines, and in the same breath and statement say, well, it's possibly claw wounds as well?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
My opinion about reasonable degree of medical certainty is about the whole arm, the configuration, the pattern of the whole arm, and not any one individual wound.
Okay. Wound 4 up here. What do you think this might be?
I don't know. I'm not certain.
Well, I mean, in the totality of a dog attack, it has to be something related to a dog because we don't know that it was there before. Had to have been something, right?
It's probably related to the dog, yes.
Well, you don't think he just had this independent wound, and then all these came from the dog attack, and this one just happened to be hanging out waiting for them?
That's correct. I don't
Right.
think that he had a separate wound.
You don't think this one maybe was caused by the broken shards of glass from the taillight during an alleged collision, but the other ones were from something totally different, do you?
No, because it has an orientation about it. It's oriented, again, in a somewhat vertical orientation, similar to many of these other sets of wounds.
I don't know what that means. It has a vertical orientation. How does that help us understand if this wound existed before or after the so-called dog attack?
It has some similarity of pattern.
So you think this was caused during the alleged dog attack?
Yes.
Okay. What caused this wound during the alleged dog attack?
I don't know.
Is that because there's no methodology or comparative standards, so you can't compare it to anything?
No, this because there's not enough specificity in that one particular wound all by itself.
What are the options? How could it have been caused during this dog attack?
By a tooth,
Okay.
or claw, most likely.
Could it have been caused by the ground?
I I doubt it, considering that, again, it's oriented in a similar fashion to the rest of the lesions.
Okay. When you read the background facts of this case, well, let me ask you, if a dog attacks an arm, it's going to create force on the arm, wouldn't it?
It depends on how much penetration. Yes, it depends on how strong the bite is, how much penetration. It gets through the clothing. Clothing that's on the intervening between the arm and the dog is going to present a little bit of a buffer.
Well, let's talk about the force on the arm. If this was a dog attack, as you claim, that means the teeth and or the claws penetrated that sweater and caused an abrasion on Mr. O'Keefe's arm, correct?
Yes.
So there had to be an amount of force pulling on the arm to create that friction, which led to the abrasion. Yes? Okay. Did you know from any of the facts that you reviewed that when Mr. O'Keefe supposedly left the car, he had a glass in his hand with a straw in the glass?
I'm aware that there was a glass in his hand.
And you're aware when he was found by the side of the road that glass, the broken part of the glass, was right near him with the straw?
I don't know anything about the straw, but yes.
Okay. And so if there's a dog attack and somebody's holding a glass, right, they're not likely to continue to hold on to the glass throughout the duration of the attack and then move somewhere else with that glass.
I don't know if he was holding on to the glass during the dog attack.
Well, hypothetically, assume that the evidence is he supposedly was holding the glass. Wouldn't a dog attack rip that out of his hand? Wouldn't he drop the glass?
There are many possibilities here. He could have transferred it to the other hand.
Let's look at wound number 5. Do you remember testifying about this?
Yes.
And you said it looks like an arch?
It does, to me.
Are you saying the arch is on the top or on the bottom?
No, I thought the arch was on the bottom. But by bottom, I mean what we call proximal part of the arm. So here, right here is where I think the arch is.
And if this is an arch and these are dog bites, these would be the canines.
They could be. However, I can't rule out that this is, because of the curvature of the arm, I can't rule out that this was from a canine and incisor teeth.
Well, this is a different angle than here, right? But there's no flexion like in the elbow on this wound area. This is the bottom of the wrist, right?
That's correct. However, that part of the arm has a different configuration than the upper arm. And it's got it's got a bone right underneath it.
So you're saying...
The ulnar bone.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
It's got the ulnar bone. So a wound to that area is going to look different than a similarly placed or caused wound to this area, which has a lot of padding underneath it from the soft tissue, subcutaneous tissue, and doesn't have the protuberance of this bone right here.
We have a distance problem when we compare these, don't we?
We have a what?
A distance problem. The distances are different. If these are canines, obviously it's a different dog or something else that caused it because the distances are clearly different, right?
Again, one has to know how wounds occur, and I didn't say that those are definitely 2 canine teeth on the periphery. I'm saying that I believe that this is a combination of canine and incisor teeth.
When a dog bites and tears, you see a missing tear pattern, don't you? You see the skin gets torn on many occasions?
Yes, but we don't have any of that here. We have no penetrating wounds here.
Right. Is it remarkable to you that if this was a dog bite with canines, there is no tearing of the skin? Is that remarkable to you?
No, because that dog was not able to create the force enough to penetrate the skin through that sweater.
Could I have Exhibit 32, please? Okay. You've seen this picture before?
Yes,
Okay. And this is allegedly is a dog bite from Chloe?
yes,
And you see the tearing of the skin, don't you?
yes.
And you can see the corners where the incisors would penetrate through a puncture. Yes?
I'm not sure what teeth punctured this, but yes.
And
I see,
this-
I see the skin is all penetrated.
This is consistent with the literature of a tear and a hold and a pull, right?
No,
Okay.
no, absolutely not.
This is not consistent with the dog biting and then pulling the skin.
This is consistent with an avulsion wound caused by a dog.
Okay. Very different wound than what we looked at on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
On,
Mr. O'Keefe's arm, very different, right?
correct.
Okay. If we can go back to 5, please. Now, your opinion that this is a dog attack. Have you ever had peer review of this opinion with this photograph?
No,
No. You would agree that this dog bite science is what they call a soft science. Would you agree with that?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Okay, well, it's not like DNA. It's opinion-based. It's subjective-based, the science of dog bites, isn't it?
It's based on a lot of training.
Yeah, and a lot of subjective opinion, too, wouldn't you say?
There's opinion here, yes.
Uncertainty.
There is some, yes.
Right. And being that type of science, haven't you read in the studies about peer review, how peer review works?
What specifically are you,
That you have another qualified professional look at it and question and vet whatever opinions you're giving. Did you go through that process at all?
I've been through that process, yes.
You've been, okay, and who peer reviewed
You
the
mean
findings?
this case?
Yes.
Oh, no, not this case. No, I thought that this information was rather confidential, and I didn't share this
Okay.
information.
Well, you discussed with the defense other information in this case, didn't you, about the accident and about people's opinions? You've discussed that as part of your opinion, haven't you?
Yes?
Okay. Did you know that the U.S. Attorney's Office employed a deputy medical examiner to look at these bites? And then he had commented that the wounds at 2 to 3 millimeters, up to 7 centimeters, were documented on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, and the injuries do not photographically appear to be, nor are described as puncture bite wounds, and thus are highly unlikely to be the result of an animal bite attack. Did you get that expert opinion from the United States Attorney's Office when they investigated this case to consider as part of peer review?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I did not get that, but,
Did you say you did get that?
no, I did not get that.
Oh,
However, I have a comment about that.
Please.
Not very not very many medical examiners have the experience that first of all, have experience with dog bites, seeing hundreds and thousands of dog bites and treating them. And not very many medical examiners have even autopsied a case of dog bites. So although, some physicians have certain opinions based on, based on what they know, they don't have my experience. I'm
Do
sorry.
you know if Mr. Walsh had your experience or not?
I don't know, who
The
is it?
gentleman who gave this opinion that was employed by the federal government, do you know if he had your experience or not?
What's his name?
Mr. Walsh,
No,
John Walsh.
No, I don't.
So he could have more experience for all you know.
Oh, I'm highly unlikely.
Okay, you have more experience than anybody in the country.
I think I have at least as much experience as any other possible person in the country. And I have it from both aspects, from the clinical aspect and from the forensic aspect.
Did you review the opinion of Dr. Kenneth Kinsey, who said that those injuries were not caused by a canine?
Dr. Who?
Kenneth Kinsey.
No.
No. If you look, I believe Mr. O'Keefe's arm were completely bent when he sustained the injuries. A lot of them match up. They're a continuation of another injury.
And I don't even know who Dr. Kinsey is.
Okay.
Is that
So-
a medical doctor?
So you don't have any peer review at all? You have nobody who's given an opinion similar to yours about this being dog bites, do you?
Is Dr. King, I'm sorry.
You have no peer review. You have no peer endorsement. Everything that you have no peer endorsement for any of your opinions, do you?
I didn't think I was allowed to show these pictures to anyone.
When you're giving opinions about the teeth and suggesting that there's might be bend, things you don't really know about, you would agree it would be best to look at the dog, Chloe itself, right?
Not necessary.
If you looked at Chloe and examined Chloe, you would know whether or not there are any irregularities in Chloe's teeth, wouldn't you?
Yes, I might.
Might, you would see it, wouldn't you?
Well, if I got close enough, and
Right.
I don't know if I want to get close enough to Chloe.
Well, why wouldn't you want to? You're a medical doctor. You want to have an opinion to a degree of medical certainty. Why wouldn't you want to see the best evidence of the distance between the teeth and Chloe? Why wouldn't you?
I'd have to make sure that I wasn't putting myself in danger.
Okay. And if you saw Chloe, you could see if there was any missing teeth, couldn't you?
Yes.
You could actually measure the canines in Chloe, and then you could compare them to what you're calling dog wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. You could do that, couldn't you?
I would have to get a veterinarian to sedate the patient, the dog, because going near that dog would be very dangerous. They'd have to sedate the dog to measure the intercanine distance.
What if you did get a veterinarian to sedate the dog, and then you could safely go and look at Chloe, and you could actually take a mold of Chloe's mouth, right? Mm-hmm. Yes? You've read that in the literature. The best way to
could.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Only one person can help you.
You've read in the literature the best way to compare the teeth and the mark is you actually do a mold of the dog's mouth. You know how valuable that can be in analysis, don't you?
It can be, but the question, I believe the question here is not which dog created these wounds, but did a dog create these wounds?
That's not my question. My question is, if you took a mold of Chloe's mouth, you would see the distance between the canines. And you could measure it, quantify it, not guess and speculate, quantify it, correct?
But, Your Honor, could we approach, please?
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so you can continue, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Russell, when you're examining these separate wounds and the distances and the depths between them, and guessing whether or not it was a canine or incisor, wouldn't you agree it would be helpful if you had a safe opportunity to actually examine the dog Chloe?
It could be.
If you had a safe opportunity to examine Chloe, you could look at the size of Chloe's jaw.
It could be, but those wounds on you're shaking your
That's
head.
not my question.
Okay.
My question is, if you had an opportunity to go safely and look at Chloe, you would be able to tell the size of Chloe's jaw. You could measure it.
Possibly, yes.
You could determine the gape of Chloe's jaw, couldn't you?
I don't know what the gape of
How it bites, how wide it opens up.
I'm not sure I could determine that.
Okay, you could look at Chloe's teeth.
As they are now, yes.
You could measure the distance between the canines if they still exist in Chloe's mouth.
Yes, from a model of, or imprint from Chloe's mouth.
You could take a mold,
Right, a mold.
or you could take a tape measure or a ruler, and you could measure. You could
Oh,
do
that
both.
wouldn't be very reliable.
I see. You could determine whether or not she had one incisor, or whether she had 2, 3, 4, or 5, or 6 incisors.
Currently, yes, but I can't tell what the condition of the teeth were during the incident.
Uh-huh. You could tell if there's any missing teeth.
Correct.
Right. You could look at Chloe's paws, couldn't you?
Yes.
You could do moldings of those and measure those as well, couldn't you?
I'm not sure that that would be useful.
Well,
Measuring
if you think that some of these wounds could have been scratches, you could look at the nails and the shape of the nails, couldn't you?
Well, nails are frequently cut on a regular
course.
basis, and the distance between the distance between the nails, as you mentioned earlier, can change depending on whether or not the paw is in a compressed state or a more relaxed state. So that wouldn't be reliable.
So you would not even consider measuring the paws because you think that would be unreliable?
I don't think it would be reliable, no.
You wouldn't study the toenails to see the shape of them?
If I could, I'd look to see if there's an abnormal toenail,
Right.
for instance.
Right.
Yes.
And so there would be a benefit to doing that. You didn't do that, though, did you? You didn't go see Chloe and take a mold of Chloe's mouth, did you?
It wasn't necessary.
Well, did you go up and take pictures and measure the teeth of Chloe?
No.
Did you ask to?
No, it was my understanding that Chloe was in another state, but again, I didn't think it was necessary, and I have reasons why I didn't think it was necessary.
You thought that Chloe was in another state. Did you ever discuss going to see Chloe and doing these studies on Chloe so you could see if they were dissimilar to these abrasions?
I was asked to evaluate the wounds.
Do you know that Chloe exists, that we provided notice to you, that we went up and saw Chloe and took molds? Did you know that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Did you know that? I'm going to allow it. Did you know that, Doctor?
I do know that now, yes.
Did you know that before you testified the last date in this case, that we actually went up and found Chloe and took molds and measured the paws and the teeth? Did you know that we did that?
I don't know, I don't recall.
Before you came in and testified at the last hearing, you don't recall whether you knew that Chloe was available?
I believe I knew that there was a consultant, that you hired a consultant, and I didn't know what that consultant was going to be doing.
Okay. Now that you know that Chloe's available, wouldn't those molds be helpful? Wouldn't you want to look at them and compare them to the distances on the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
I don't think it's necessary, for many reasons.
If the distance of Chloe's canines is significantly different than these abrasions in this picture, you would agree that the abrasions in Mr. O'Keefe's arm could not have been caused by Chloe. Would you agree?
No, I wouldn't agree to that statement. Again, because of various factors such as elasticity of the skin, shrinkage. There's various factors.
So, if I understand, you have no interest in examining or seeing Chloe. It's irrelevant to your opinion?
I don't think I need to see Chloe.
Well, you said earlier when I asked you about particular wounds, it would be helpful to know these things about missing teeth and spacing and distance between the canines. Is that no longer helpful to your opinion?
No, I think you're mischaracterizing what I said. I believe I said that it would give information about the condition of the teeth now, but it wouldn't give information about the condition of the teeth when that incident happened.
In the spirit of medicine and science, isn't more information good?
Generally.
Generally. But you generally would not want to go see and examine Chloe?
I don't think it's necessary, and there's so many reasons why.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Lessie, go right ahead.
If I could have you read the order
Sure.
of the exhibits, thank you, Your Honor.
They're organized. I just want to make sure I have the right ones. Thank you, Mr. Brennan.
For the record, you have pre-marked number 33 through 37.
Thank you.
In Your Honor, and thank you, Mr. Sullivan, I have provided the court and offered to counsel, but counsel already had the copies, a notebook that has exhibit numbers.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Brennan has agreed that all the exhibits in the notebook can be in evidence. So that's number 2. And so if I'm remembering correctly your Honor's previous direction, that if they're in evidence, just refer to them as such. So that's what I
Yes.
plan on doing.
Yes.
And what I also plan on doing, Your Honor, is taking the exhibits that are in the notebook. I've got non-binder ones individually for the witness that are
Okay.
pre-marked. Does that work also?
Sure, you can just put them up on the stand with Dr. Russell.
In my approach to do that?
Sure.
May I talk to the witness and just point out where they are?
I think you can give them to her. I think
Okay,
she can
that's-
figure out
okay.
numerically what's what. All right, Mr. Leslie, I'm not rushing you at all, but is it safe to say that you won't finish in 20 minutes?
That is safe, Your Honor.
Okay, so we will plan on breaking at 1. Mr. Clerk will have to cancel our afternoon list. What, how long do you think it might take? And I'm not holding you to this, just curious.
I appreciate the question. If I can just have a quick moment, because I knew what my redirect was going to be until Mr. Brennan went, and I'd like to consider what he did. My best estimate is approximately 2 hours.
Okay, I'd like us to finish by 4 tonight.
Yes, Your Honor, understood.
Mr. Brennan, I know you have no idea how long recross might be, but we'll try and finish by 4 tonight.
Understood, Your Honor.
May I now proceed, Your Honor?
Please.
Thank you. Dr. Russell, during cross-examination at this Daubert hearing on December 12th, you were asked whether you believed you were an expert in the areas of orthopedics, accident reconstruction, biomechanics, motor vehicle accidents, and defensive wounds. In your your 29-plus years of experience as an emergency medicine physician and training emergency medicine physicians, are you aware of any emergency room or emergency department physician being board certified in orthopedics?
No.
Are you aware of any emergency medicine physician being required to be an expert in overall orthopedics?
No. General orthopedics, no.
But do emergency medicine physicians nonetheless routinely evaluate and treat people injured in motor vehicle accidents?
Yes.
And did you, in your 29 years of experience as emergency medicine physician, routinely evaluate and treat people injured in motor vehicle accidents?
Yes, I worked at a busy level 1 trauma center.
During your cross-examination in response to a question, you stated that you were an expert in emergency orthopedics. Can you please explain that?
Yes. So emergency orthopedics is a subset or just a part of the overall field of general orthopedics. So in emergency orthopedics, physicians care for, evaluate, diagnose, treat patients who have acute injuries and that don't need operative care. So acute fractures, acute dislocations, those types of injuries are done in many busy emergency rooms, right in the emergency room, and that's what I have expertise in.
Did the rotation at the, you just said busy hospital that you were at, did the rotation when you were training, were you required to take a part of the training in emergency orthopedics?
I was required to take a 1-month rotation in orthopedics.
Now, you were asked during cross-examination at this voir dire about one particular specialized training that you had involving motor vehicle accidents, and you, in response to a question from Mr. Brennan, agreed that that particular course was rudimentary. Do you recall that?
Yes.
When did you take that course that you referred to as rudimentary?
It was around 1979.
And what profession did you have when you took this rudimentary course that you were asked about?
I was a police officer at that time.
And since that one rudimentary course that you had, have you had further training with regard and experience to humans injured in motor vehicle accidents?
Yes, much.
And describe the much that experience and training you've had in that area.
Well, during my 29 years working in the emergency department, we saw motor vehicle accident victims on every shift, and usually there were multiple victims on every shift. So that was part of it, plus we had lectures and seminars on motor vehicle accidents and victims.
And is your focus in your testimony, both in June of this year and in December of this year, on wounds from motor vehicle accidents or how motor vehicle accidents occur?
So as a physician, my focus is on the wounds and injuries caused by motor vehicle accidents and how to diagnose and treat them.
So are you sitting as a medical doctor giving opinions on medical causation of the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
During cross-examination, in this hearing, you were asked about whether you were an expert in accident reconstruction. Is being an expert in accident reconstruction necessary to practice emergency medicine?
No.
Does an emergency medicine physician need to be an expert in accident reconstruction to evaluate and treat people injured in motor vehicle accidents in the emergency department?
No.
In your 29 years experience as an emergency medicine physician and training emergency medicine physicians, are you aware of any emergency medicine physician being an expert in accident reconstruction?
No.
Is accident reconstruction even relevant to the practice of emergency medicine?
No.
Is whether an emergency medicine physician an expert in accident reconstruction a reasoned question in the field of emergency medicine?
No.
During cross-examination in this hearing, you were also asked about whether you have a degree in biomechanics. In your 29 years experience as an emergency medicine physician and training emergency medicine physicians, are you aware of any emergency medicine physician who is an expert in biomechanics?
No.
Is being an expert in biomechanics necessary to practice emergency medicine?
No.
Is whether an emergency medicine physician is an expert in the field of biomechanics a reasoned question in the field of emergency medicine?
No.
In your 29 years of experience as a medical doctor, where do most people go for the treatment of acute injuries from motor vehicle accidents?
To the emergency department.
Do you know, or have you had any experience where a person who has an acute injury from a motor vehicle accident goes to an expert in biomechanics?
No.
Do you know whether anybody who's injured in a motor vehicle accident, acute injury, goes to an expert in accident reconstruction?
No.
On cross in this hearing, you were asked about your expertise in, quote, self-defense. Was your direct testimony in this hearing in your report of December 9 about self-defense or defensive wounds?
Would you repeat that question?
Sure. Was your direct testimony in this hearing in December and the report that you prepared dated December 9th, was that about self-defense or defensive wounds?
My testimony was about defensive wounds, not self-defense.
What's the difference between self-defense and defensive wounds?
Well, I believe self-defense is something like martial arts and the study and techniques of defending oneself from an attack. That's what I believe self-defense is.
You were also asked on cross in this hearing about whether not observing how a wound to the posterior side of a forearm occurred provided you with sufficient context to determine whether a wound was a defensive wound. What context did you have with regard to the wounds on the right arm of the decedent to reach your conclusion that those wounds were defensive wounds?
Well, the context is the configuration, the location of the wounds. The location of the wounds and the presence of a dog.
In the cross in this hearing, you've been asked whether you have observed how wounds are created. In your experience, do emergency physicians or forensic pathologists get to observe how wounds are created?
No.
Do emergency medicine physicians and forensic pathologists nonetheless often reach medical diagnostic conclusions without observing how the wounds are created?
Yes, they do.
And is that a common or uncommon practice for emergency medicine physicians?
Well, that's common.
How common?
Well, I think it's fairly common.
You were also asked whether someone could, and this is on cross in this hearing, whether someone could incur wounds to the posterior side of the forearm if they fall to the ground backwards. Did the wounds to the right arm of the decedent in this case arise from him falling to the ground backwards?
No,
Why not?
because of the configuration and the pattern of the wounds.
And do you come to that conclusion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
You were also asked on cross in this hearing about when someone hits a moving or a floating object, whether the patterns are dynamic and changing all the time, and the hitting concept. Can you please explain the question that was posed to you about moving, floating objects and hitting objects and how you evaluated those issues with respect to the decedent in this case?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Doctor, did you understand the question?
Not exactly.
Okay, ask the question differently.
On cross, you were asked about when someone hits a moving or floating object, whether the patterns are dynamic or change. Can you please explain those concepts in that question and how you analyze them with regard to the wounds of the decedent in this case?
Okay. When there is movement and there is contact, there is movement of the, for lack of a better word, inflicting object, such as a tooth or something else. There is movement along the skin during the period of time in which they are in contact. That's what I understood that I was being asked.
On cross-examination, you were asked several questions about pattern recognition and pattern recognition methodology. And you were asked about the development, that's what I want to start with, of your pattern recognition skills with regard to dog-inflicted wounds. How did you develop your pattern recognition skills with regard to dog-inflicted wounds on humans?
Well, as I testified earlier, I've seen many, many, many dog bite victims. And sometimes I was able to talk to, I closely examined their wounds. And not only examined, but evaluated, treated. But in many cases, I was also able to talk to them and ask them about how the wounds were inflicted. And I did this over and over and over again, hundreds of times. I think I testified to about at least 500 times over the years. So as you do that, you learn. You know, you recognize, you get sharper. So that's how I did.
And did you also edit any peer-reviewed publications that were relevant to pattern recognition and pattern recognition methodology?
Yes, I did. Now, pattern recognition in general, first of all, pattern recognition in general is a really important feature of medicine. It's critical. It's so important. And we start learning pattern recognition from medical school, from the beginning of medical school, learning how to recognize patterns of cells in pap smears and biopsies, patterns of cells. That's what a lot of pathology is, pattern recognition. And so, and even radiologists use pattern recognition when they look at x-rays of pneumonia, for instance. Different pneumonias have different patterns. So pattern recognition is something that I've been doing since the beginning of medical school, and actually a little bit before medical school. So that was 50 years ago, I think. 40 years ago.
Is pattern recognition some novel or unscientific process, or is it rooted in evidence-based medical science?
Oh, it's definitely evidence-based medical science. And in fact, there are textbooks on how to recognize certain patterns. So there, for instance, in pathology and, in medicine, there are textbooks on how to tell if somebody's got liver cancer or somebody's got, some other disease. This is pattern recognition for the most part. And X-rays too. It's in textbooks. There are huge textbooks and numerous textbooks written about this.
Is pattern recognition methodology that you've been testifying about, is that generally accepted in the medical community?
Pattern recognition as a methodology? Absolutely.
All right, Mr. Alessi, we're going to take our break. We'll be back at 2 o'clock.
Thank you, Your Honor. All rise to the court, please.
How are you?
Really?
Why?
Because the pathognomonic features mean that you have the entity or the condition that, that is explained.
Does pathognomonic mean that the features themselves rule out other possibilities?
Yes, that's what I believe it means.
And is that how you interpret what the author is saying in this article?
Yes.
Please proceed lastly to the next two paragraphs, and then we can move on to the next study, I believe.
In conclusion, to identify a lesion as a dog bite wound, it should have ragged and irregular wound edges, show multiple parallel linear scratches or drying scuff abrasions, include a puncture wound and sometimes an avulsion with irregular borders resembling a dental arch print.
And could you please, as the last paragraph will focus on, read what you consider important in the next paragraph?
The shape of dog bite wounds depends on the size and breed of the dog and will differ whether or not the full dentition was used to produce them.
Let's stop there. What does it mean to you when the author says, and will differ whether or not the full dentition was used to produce them?
So what that means is that if the bite does not include the full, well, let me back up. What it means is the appearance of the bite will vary depending on whether or not all of the teeth impacted the skin or just some of the teeth impacted the skin.
Please read the next sentence.
Only in ideal circumstances will a complete impression of all frontal teeth be found, and often only a prominent canine impression can be seen.
Is what you just read relevant at all to what you analyzed with regard to the wounds of the decedent in this case?
Very relevant.
How?
Because many of those wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's arm were only partial bites. They did not have the complete dentition.
Do you recall Mr. Brennan saying various times that you have no support for your pattern recognition methodology?
Yes.
Is this support for your pattern recognition methodology?
Yes.
Is it direct support for the pattern recognition methodology you have applied in this case?
Yes.
Is there another article? You mentioned two. You mentioned DeMunick and Pollock. So let's turn to, and Your Honor, this will be the second and last article.
Okay.
Please turn to Exhibit 34. And is this the Pollock, P-O-L-L-A-K, study that you have mentioned multiple times in your testimony and that's in your report?
Yes.
Please, like we just did with the DeMunick article, please identify the portions of this study that support, you've testified, support your pattern recognition methodology.
Okay.
And let's
Well,
do
start in
a
the beginning.
seriatim from the beginning.
Yeah,
Yes,
I'll do
please.
it from the beginning. So, the dog's front, so the first paragraph here.
Okay, the summary?
Yeah, this says summary, yes, summary. In the absence of her parents, a girl of 4 months was killed by a 2-year-old male Rottweiler dog belonging to the same family. The dog's front teeth marks of individual circular or scratch-like abrasions, as well as slit-like skin severances of the skin, arranged in curved lines. There seems to be a word or two missing.
No, you missed a word. That's
I
all.
did.
That's
Yes.
okay, go ahead.
Okay. The pattern of skin lesions largely corresponded to the anatomy of the dog's set of teeth.
Let's stop there.
how does the sentence you just read, what's the key component of that sentence that supports your pattern recognition methodology?
That sentence, the pattern of skin lesions.
Now let's go down to the keywords. Is there anything in the keywords that supports in roots your opinion that you've given several times that there's in dog bite wounds on humans there's a pattern?
Yes, so there's about five or so keywords. One of them is injury pattern.
Why is there a section in many medical studies of key words?
So when you're researching, you can find the articles quickly.
And is there any importance to the use of key words when there is a study published?
Well, yes, because it's a key concept of the paper.
Please proceed to and I know it may take a little bit of time and with the court's permission, to the next section of this article that supports your opinion that there is a pattern to dog bite wounds on humans and that there's a pattern recognition methodology used to discern them.
Well, I think the next significant section would be 3.2.
And what is the title of that section?
Morphology of dog bite injuries.
What does morphology mean in the medical community?
Basically means form.
And could it mean something in addition to form?
Form, pattern, appearance, yes.
So, with regard to morphology section, please identify the sections, the parts of the article under this section that you believe, that you have concluded support your opinion of both the existence of patterns and a pattern recognition methodology with respect to dog-inflicted wounds.
Well, I'd go to the second paragraph.
Please read that.
Okay. The bite mark on the skin is ideally a complete and congruent imprint of the front dental arch. Sometimes only the protruding canine teeth are imprinted. If the shorter incisors also leave an impression, smaller skin lesions, round pressure marks, or streaky glide marks can be found between the impact points of the canines. In practice, it is hardly expected that all 6 incisors of a jaw will act uniformly. A gap in the injury pattern can have several causes: oblique biting, curvature of the body surface, interposition of textiles.
What does that mean? I'm going to stop you. What is interposition of textiles in layperson speak, and how, if at all, is that relevant to this case?
It's clothing overlying the area that was bitten.
And was there clothing overlying the bite mark wounds of the deceased?
Yes.
And what clothing specifically was that?
It was a hoodie type sweater.
Please continue reading.
Okay. Interposition of textiles, different tooth lengths, tooth loss, form and positional anomalies of the teeth.
And keep reading, please.
On the next page,
yes.
The spectrum of possible injury forms is extremely diverse. Depending on the type and intensity of local tissue damage, skin contusions with epithelial loss, linear abrasions, tears and/or crush wounds, as well as puncture-like lesions can be distinguished.
Thank you. So, do these studies directly or indirectly support your opinions in this case that there's both a pattern to dog bite wounds on humans and that there is a pattern recognition methodology to discern them?
They do.
And is it direct or indirect support, these studies?
I believe this is direct.
And do you believe it's robust these studies, or do you believe there's equivocation with regard to pathognomonic features?
No, I think it's robust, and these articles are cited elsewhere.
And are these articles, particularly the Demunic article, is the citation ubiquitous in the medical literature, or is it sporadic? Are there a lot of citations to Demunic in the medical literature, or are there only a few?
There are quite a few.
And do you recall the book that Mr. Brennan showed to you earlier on in the hearing?
Yes.
Does that book cite to Demunic as support for a section in the book?
It does.
Now, there was confusion. You can put those studies to the side for now, Dr. Russell. Thank you. Now, there was some confusion on cross-examination regarding where these articles could be found. Some were looking for them in your CV. I'm sorry, Mr. Brennan.
All right, so I'll strike that part of it. Just go ahead without commentary and just ask the question, please.
Yes.
Redirect.
Sure. I will, Your Honor. Where are the references? Well, are the references to these articles in your CV, or are the references to these articles in your report?
In my report.
During cross-examination, it was stated that you, quote, suggested that you came to your pattern recognition skills because of communication difficulties or because people couldn't share with you or report to you the cause of the wound. Is that an accurate statement about how you develop your pattern recognition skills?
I don't know where that statement comes from.
I'm happy to provide it, or I could read
So
it.
let's strike that first part of it.
Okay.
And just ask the question, please. Again, this is redirect, it's not cross-examination.
Understood. Yes, understood. Thank you. Have you ever suggested that you came to pattern recognition skills because of communication difficulties or because people wouldn't share with you or report to you the cause of a wound?
No.
Would that be an accurate statement at all about how you develop pattern recognition skills?
No.
And why is that not accurate?
Because pattern recognition skills are, again, taught in various subjects in medical school. And I actually started even before medical school. But in medical school, they're taught in various subjects and in internship and residency. And that was long before I started interviewing patients, with the dog bites of unknown etiology.
Is pattern recognition common or uncommon in the practice of medicine?
Very common.
Can you please give some examples of pattern recognition and the use of pattern recognition methodology in the practice of medicine?
So I think she already did this before the break, right, Doctor?
Yeah, I mentioned it earlier with pathology, looking at biopsies.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Rizzo. This is about you, and so you've heard it, and I'm going to move on.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm going to move on to a different section. You have been asked on cross about whether in your emergency department experiences, well, let me rephrase that. In your emergency department experiences with dog-inflicted wounds, have you ever gone to see the dog in question?
No.
Do emergency medicine physicians need to go see the particular dog or any dog in question to determine whether a wound is from a dog as opposed to some other cause?
No.
Do you, Dr. Russell, need to go to the particular dog to determine whether a wound is from a dog?
No.
Have you ever heard of an emergency medicine physician needing to go visit a dog to evaluate and treat a wound from a dog?
No.
Is that a rational proposition?
I don't believe so.
There was much discussion. Well, let me start this. You were asked a number of questions about whether your testimony here for this hearing and your statements in your report are different from what you testified to in June 18 and June 21 of 2024. What I'd like to do is to compare the two and go through some questions with regard to that. So, what I would like to do is to have you have Exhibit 35, which is the transcript of the December 12. Do you have that? It's a thick, it's the December 12, 2024. You should have that.
I do.
Okay. And what I would like you to do is to also have available Exhibits 35 and 36 and 37, because that's what we're going to do side-by-side comparisons. So, let's start out with the foundation for this. Do you have an opinion with regard to the nature and source of the wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
Yes.
What is that opinion?
They're from dog bites, dog attack.
And do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
Now, at the June 2024 voir dire hearing, the claim is that you didn't say to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that the bites you looked at were a dog. So can you please go to tab 36, pages 1-30, line 13, to 1-31, line 1, stop at 1-31, line 1. These were questions in response to what you were asked on direct by Mr. Jackson. And I would, with the court's permission, like you to read the question in the answer to what you actually testified to at that voir dire hearing. So please go to tab 36.
So can I see counsel at sidebar, please?
Yes. Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you.
Dr. Russell, could you, first of all, do you recall in questions on cross the claim by Mr. Brennan, or the statement in his question by Mr. Brennan, that you did not express certainty in response to Judge Cannoni's question about the certitude of your opinion? Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Do you recall, well, let's go and look exactly at what you said in response to the question that Mr. Brennan raised, that was raised by the judge. If you could turn to Exhibit 36. And if you could read page 1-51, lines 10 through 23. I'm sorry, bear with me a moment. Bear with me, I want to give you the correct citation. I want you to go to, did I say 37? I wanted to say 36. Did I say 36?
You said 36, but you said page 151. You might have meant page 131.
Right. That's what I want to go to, Your Honor, which I will. Okay. Bear with me a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
This is going to be one of only 2 questions in this area.
You may have meant page 130. That's where we started before we came to sidebar.
Thank you, Your Honor. What I'm trying to do is to get to Your Honor's question. That's what I'm going to pull out.
My question was on page 151.
I'm sorry?
My question was on page 151.
150. Thank you, Your Honor.
151.
Can you go to page 151 and read the questions from the court, Judge Cannoni, and what your answers were?
Yes, from line 10. The court, question. I just have a couple of questions for you. I don't think I really heard you. So could you tell me again what your opinion is and to what degree you hold that opinion? Answer, yes. These injuries in the arm are, my opinion is that they are the result of animal bites or scratches. Question, do you know what kind of animal? Answer, yes, most likely dog, large dog. And I'm very reasonable, very sure to, what's the word I want? Medical certainty. Very sure, high degree of medical certainty. Question, reasonable degree of medical certainty? Answer, yes, definitely. Question, and another question.
No, that's
it.
That's it. Yep. Now, to be fair and accurate, has your opinion that the wounds to the right arm of the decedent were caused by a large dog attack strengthened from June of 2024 until now?
They have.
Why?
Well, because between then and now, my opinions have been challenged. And as any good doctor would do, they go back and reevaluate what they base their opinions on. And I did that. I reevaluated. I looked at the pictures again, the evidence again. I looked at peer-reviewed studies, and I was convinced that I was correct.
And had you looked at, well, what caused you to go look at the peer-reviewed studies? What were you doing?
Yes. Well, you know, so I looked at the peer review studies, and I periodically would do that throughout my whole career in terms of dog bites. But I looked at the peer review studies again because I was asked, you know, why I didn't write a report, and so so I was asked to write a report.
Were you asked to write a report before in June of 2024?
No.
But you were asked to write a report after June of 2024.
Correct.
Now let's go to is this what doctors and scientists do? Go back and analyze a matter, especially when maybe there's a challenge, another doctor is a question, there's a peer review process, whatever it is that something that's common or uncommon in the medical community?
That's very common.
I only have a few more questions, Your Honor. I'm just looking at them to conclude. On cross, you were asked about whether you were aware of or whether you saw a need to peer review your opinions and conclusions in this matter. You recall that?
Yes.
Was that necessary?
No.
Why not?
Because there, first of all, there was no question in my mind that these were from dog bites.
And are there any persons that you're aware of in the entire country who have experience with emergency medicine and forensic pathology that you could even send it to for a peer review?
No, and that was the other issue, is I wouldn't even know who to send it to because I don't know of anybody with such experience.
I am going to, let's assume hypothetically that Mr. Walsh has stated that these injuries do not photographically appear to be described as puncture bite wounds and thus are highly unlikely to be the result of an animal bite attack. The abrasions are unspecific. Abrasions occur in body moves over a blunt or rough surface such as a skin knee. Do you find that analysis sufficient to evaluate whether the bite wounds in this, excuse me, the wounds to the right arm of the right arm of the decedent are from a dog or not?
No.
Why not?
Well, clearly that person, whoever wrote that, didn't even recognize the pattern. And so thus couldn't really even make that opinion and, just didn't recognize the features.
In the hypothetical that I just gave you, do the facts that are used in any way support the conclusion that is stated?
I don't believe so.
You don't believe so, or can you answer whether they do or they don't? Do the facts stated in that hypothetical support the conclusion that is made in that statement?
Actually, they don't.
Assume the same person said a vehicle backing into O'Keefe is one of many possible causes of his death. though the absence of documented injuries of his torso, hips, and legs appear to be inconsistent with a vehicle impact of significant force to simultaneously shatter a rear taillight. Would you agree or disagree with that statement? Or the conclusion? Would you agree or disagree with the conclusion?
Would you please read it again?
Sure.
Sorry.
A vehicle backing into O'Keefe is one of many possible causes of his death, though the absence of documented injuries of his torso, hips, and legs appear to be inconsistent with a vehicle impact of significant force to simultaneously shatter a rear taillight. Do you agree or disagree with that statement?
I agree up until the point, the mention of the taillight.
But what is it that you agree with in that statement?
Well, I agree to the part that says that that it was insufficient to cause the injuries, the death of Mr. O'Keefe.
Now, aside from that hypothetical question, what is your opinion of whether a motor vehicle caused the injuries to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe?
The motor vehicle did not cause.
And do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
Are you aware that only microscopic pieces of plastic were found in the hoodie sweatshirt of Mr. O'Keefe as opposed to, quote, littered, end quote, aspects?
I am.
Are you aware of any evidence of littering of pieces of plastic or glass in the hoodie of Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Are you aware that there was pig DNA found on the decedent? Are you aware?
Not on the decedent.
On any aspects of the decedent's clothing?
Yes.
Do you know, from your experience, with regard to dog-inflicted wounds, your many emergency room evaluations and treatments of them, whether, or in your knowledge of dogs and dog dentition in general, are you aware of whether dogs eat any type of food or treat that has pig in it?
I'm aware that dogs, some dogs eat treats that have the pig chews and other kinds of chews. And so yes, they do. Some dogs do eat things that contain pig.
Your Honor, just if you will, a point of information. I believe I'm done with my questions, and the reason why I say I believe I'm done.
Why don't you come to sidebar instead of having
Okay.
a discussion across the courtroom? so recross examination?
You need a moment? Okay.
I'm holding Mr. Brennan up. I just
That's
want to
okay.
move my stuff, and I'll be ready in a moment.
Okay.
Dr. Russell, Attorney Alisi, pardon me, asked you about Dr. Walsh's statement about the cause of injuries. Do you remember? He just asked you that?
Yeah.
What he didn't offer in the report is this, and let me know if you agree with it. Decedent John O'Keefe was documented to have craniocerebral injuries, including skull fractures of the optical skull and the right parietal bone with associated subdural and subarachnoid hemorrhages. These injuries of the scalp, skull, and brain are consistent with, among other things, a backwards fall, unobstructed, unprotected falls due to various reasons and known to result in serious craniocerebral injuries resulting in death. Other mechanisms of injury cannot be excluded. Do you agree with that?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow him to do it.
Do you agree with that part that you didn't hear of Mr. Walsh's opinion?
Yes.
The documented changes in color, swelling of soft tissue around the eyes are most consistent with the medical finding of periorbital ecchymosis, as documented in the autopsy report. Periorbital ecchymosis is a passive accumulation of blood around the eyes secondary to the documented skull fractures. These findings are less consistent with and are not documented as contusions of the eyes. The 1 centimeter laceration of the right upper eyelid, laceration of the anterior right tongue, then abrasion of the anterior and left aspect of the nose are documented, considered nonspecific, and may have occurred to a variety of mechanisms. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. The 2 red contusions on the dorsal aspect of the right hand were documented. The hand injuries may represent an injury sustained during an unprotected fall in which the back of the hand impacts the ground. These hand injuries are nonspecific and may have resulted from impact of hand with any blunt object. Do you agree with that?
It's possible, but there are other mechanisms.
Okay. When you talked about those articles that Mr. Alisi had you read, there is nothing that details what pattern recognition analysis is, the specificity which you are looking for when you're looking for a wound, does it?
I disagree.
Okay. When you looked at that Exhibit 5, if you could pull that up, you said individually none of those wounds could you say to a reasonable degree of medical certainty were caused by a dog. It's only if you looked at them collectively.
Yes.
Okay. When you look at those collectively, it does not tell you the order in which the wounds were incurred, does it?
No.
It doesn't tell you if they're all incurred at the same time, does it?
They were occurred around the same time, I can tell you that.
Yes. But they don't tell you the order, the chronology, do they?
No.
No. In fact, when you look at the studies that you introduced with Mr. Alisi, let's talk about the Munich one very quickly. There's a chart, page 298. It talks about the things you would want to do to identify a wound. It talks about scene investigation, doesn't it, in the chart? Table 2.
That's a fatal case, though.
Scene investigation is something you would look for?
That's in a fatal case caused by a dog. The cause of death was the dog.
This whole thing, the whole excerpt is a fatal case that you're relying on for this pattern recognition analysis. This whole article is about a fatal case,
That's
isn't
what
it?
I'm saying.
Right. And in this fatal case that you're relying on to say this pattern recognition analysis, it points out scene investigation is the priority, doesn't it?
I think you misunderstand. The focus of that article is to identify the dog that caused the fatal injury. In this particular case, I don't believe any of those are fatal injury. That is not the purpose of the identification of those injuries.
Does the chart also say examination of the victim?
Excuse me?
Examination of the victim. Does it also say examination of the victim?
I don't have it in front of me anymore, but...
Well, you relied on it. You don't remember
Yes.
this?
I think we have it. We don't have it.
Oh, I do I have it? Oh, yeah, it's a Munich. Okay.
Table 2,
Okay.
page 98, examination of the victim. You did not examine the victim, did you?
Table 2.
Yes,
No.
table 2, page 298. And the last part is examination of the...
I examined photos.
The last part is examination of the dog. You did not examine Chloe, did you?
No.
Okay, so the 3 things in the table it tells you to do, you didn't do any 3 of those, not one of them.
Those, again, the purpose of this article was about the fatal, the forensic approach to a fatal dog attack. We did not have a fatal dog attack here.
You didn't do any of those three things, did you?
No.
Okay. The shards in the sleeve, exactly where those wounds are, same area, same limb, right? The
That's what you
shards.
say.
How many shards were in that sweater?
Objection, Your Honor.
So, I'm sorry, you said that's what you say, Doctor? Is that what,
Yeah,
is that
and
what your
he
answer
said,
is?
Mr. Brennan said that the shards were in the exact same location as those wounds.
Okay,
And
let me
that's-
rephrase that. The shards in the right arm of the sweater, the shards from the taillight that was shattered,
Yes.
those shards, how many were there? How many
I believe there were only a couple.
Why do you believe there were only a couple? Where did you read that?
This is what I was told
This is you were told by who?
by defense.
Oh, so instead of looking at the actual criminalistics report, you simply rely on what they tell you to base your facts?
That's what I was told, yes.
Wouldn't it be more prudent to actually look at the criminalistics report and make your own determination objectively and medically rather than regurgitate a point of the defense?
Well, I was told, this morning you said that the sleeve was littered with glass. And I was told that it was not littered.
I see. Have you ever looked at that criminalistics report for
I'd be
yourself?
happy to do so now.
I'm asking if you've ever looked at it before you offer this opinion.
No.
No. If the glass shards were in that sweater in the arm, and we know glass can cause a hole in a sweater, in a fabric, can puncture it, and it can cause an abrasion to skin. Have you done any tests or studies to rule out that the broken taillight that was in the arm sleeve of Mr. O'Keefe, did you do any studies to rule out that it didn't cause those injuries?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
The glass shards would not have caused all the round wounds in the sweater. Those holes. The defects in the sweater mostly were round. They were not slit-like defects that I would expect with glass or plastic.
You're telling us that a sharp piece of glass cannot cause a hole to a sweater.
No, I didn't say that. I said they would not, especially on multiple sites, the same exact type wound, defect.
If the glass was shattered and the glass had a number of pointy edges, wouldn't you agree with me that can cause a number of punctures in somebody's arm if the glass went into the arm and then came out?
Yes, but they wouldn't look like that.
You don't have any past case or history to suggest what the glass shards would look like randomly when they hit somebody, do you?
That's incorrect. I have seen hundreds of motor vehicle accident victims who have been cut by glass. They don't look like that.
So from your perspective, the glass just remained dormant in the sweater but never protruded through the sweater and caused the abrasions. That's your opinion?
I didn't say
Your
that.
Honor, could we have a sidebar on this? Sure.
I have no further questions. I'm good. Dr. Russell, when I'm referring to these shards, and I've said glass shards in Mr. O'Keefe's sweater, a more accurate way to define it would be that these were plastic shards, the plastic covering of the taillight, not glass. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Dr. Russell, you are all set.
We're done?
We're done. You're done. We're not done, but you're done. You can step down, Doctor.
Thank
okay?
you.
If council really can keep your, Mr. Lessie, if council really can keep your arguments to 15 or 20 minutes, I'll give you 5 minutes to pull them together, 5 or 10 minutes to pull them together.
Thank you very much, Your
I
Honor.
really
All right.
can't keep the arguments to 15.
All right, so I'll be back out at 3:15.
All rise, please.
All right, did council have enough time to pull your thoughts together?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Brennan, it's your motion, so I will hear you.
I agree with the judge, Mr. Brennan.
I'd like to start with a couple of very important cases for Your Honor's consideration. The first is one out of the District of Massachusetts Federal Court. It's Hines 55 Federal Supplement, second, page 62. It's a 1992 case, authored by Judge Gerber. It had to do with a soft science, handwriting analysis. It was a very thorough and thoughtful case that talked about soft sciences, methodology, and when there is an absence of methodology. In that case, I'm sure Your Honor is aware, it had to do with a proposed witness who wanted to look at a handwriting exemplar and provide an opinion of a so-called match. The court said there were very important canons, very important principles or foundations that have to be considered when we're discussing a soft science. Empirical study is not enough. Simply because somebody has seen something before, whether it's once or twice or 100 times, is not a science. It's not a methodology. It's not medicine. It is a personal aside. A potential expert has to be in a better position to understand and explain to jurors rather than a simple layperson. That means there has to be some level of methodology, some type of guidance, some type of study, so that they can assist the jury in better understanding what they believe their conclusions are. Empirical is not enough because a subjective opinion without medical, factual, scientific support is just an opinion. A person can look at the constellations and see the Big Dipper, they can see Orion. It's a matter of perspective. It's no different when we have something like a soft science, something different than DNA, where a person wants to give an opinion because they've seen something before. That's not enough. And in this case, Dr. Russell has never been in the business of identifying dog bite wounds. She treats them. She's an emergency room physician, had some experience as an ME. She treats a wound that is brought to her. She's not diagnosing the wound or determining the mechanics of injury. She doesn't have the education, she doesn't have the qualifications, she doesn't have the training for that. That is not what her job is. It is to treat the injuries. And so all of her perspective and opinions are empirical. She doesn't have a book, she doesn't have a study that teaches her how to, she never took a training, she never took a class, she never got a degree or certificate. She is looking at her past experience when someone reports to her that it was a dog bite wound, and she's trying to use her memory and make a decision whether or not she thinks this is similar. That is not science. That is not medical certainty. And so there is nothing to suggest that whatever method she used, I still can't identify it because I don't know, despite many questions of asking her, what her methodology is, other than she says it's pattern recognition analysis. It's empty phrasing unless you can identify and articulate what is the specificity. What is the standard? And we still don't know. After all of this testimony, we don't know. In Cromwell versus Rintala, that case had to do with a prosecution expert talking about paint spill. And this is, could not fit more closely to this case. The conviction was overturned because the prosecution called the paint spill expert. It was found to be prejudicial because the expert relayed their past experience. Their past experience about paint spills. Exactly what Dr. Russell did in this case. No more, no less. Her past experience treating injuries that were reported as dog bites. A person with their past experience with paint spills. The court was very specific in Rinaldi about why this was improper and why it was prejudicial. It said that just because a witness has experience or a particular experience and decides to use that as a methodology does not make it methodology. And it's just like Dr. Russell's testimony. There is nothing about it that employs methodology. In Rinaldi, pardon?
Rintala.
Thank you. In Rinaldi, direct the court to page 39. And it talked about when the expert used methods to determine that paint was poured or spilled. And the problem, why this case was reversed, the court said, instead, meaning the expert, he simply relayed his past experiences working with and around paint and drew conclusions therefrom. That is exactly what Dr. Russell has done. She has relayed her past experiences working with and around treating dog bites and drew her conclusions from that. They cite Combo versus Franceschi. I'm probably saying that wrong as well. But what that quotes is, while training and experience, to which the expert referred, might have taught the expert methodology, it is not itself a methodology. And so while Dr. Russell may have taught herself or been intrigued or interested in dog bites, it is no methodology. The defense has introduced a couple of articles. Those articles do not describe or lay out methodology for identifying dog bite wounds. They don't provide a standard. They do not provide a comparison. They don't provide any guidance. And so the danger in having somebody go before a jury and portray themselves as an expert when they have no methodology is they can pretty much provide any opinion they want to the jury that can be unchecked because it's not factually based. It can't be compared. It can't be analyzed. It's not peer reviewed. It's just an opinion. And when an expert lacks methodology, classic things happen, which happened in this case. What happens is that a witness does not actually have certainty about what they're saying. A witness is prone to change their opinion because there is no standard or methodology to confine them. A witness can just change their mind without new information because it suits their purpose. When we looked at Exhibit 5, and we actually broke down the wounds into separate wounds, 5 wounds, the doctor, I believe, concedes when you look at each of those abrasions independently. She cannot say with scientific certainty. She can't say with any certainty that those were caused by a dog. Her fallback was when you look at the entire series of wounds, that equals a dog attack. No basis, no reason why we reached that bridge from uncertainty to dog attack other than just because she said so. That can't be challenged because there's no methodology. And so the risk we have is you have an expert who gets up in a voir dire and they give opinions that wound number 1 could have been teeth marks, could have been claw marks. Wound number 2 could have been teeth, could have been claw. Wound number 3 the same. Really no idea. It's just guessing or speculating. And then they get up later and they change their opinion that more benefits their side. She later testifies at trial, sometimes maintaining teeth or claws. And then she appears in this hearing after writing a report and consulting, and she is emphatic that these are not scratches, but that they are dog bites. Think about the posture of that. If she is now saying that these are dog bites and they're not scratches, and she's changed her opinion, that impliedly concedes that her testimony in front of the jury, for which she was allowed to testify as an expert, not only was inaccurate, not only unsure, but inevitably it's misleading. It cannot be helpful testimony if an expert provides an opinion to a jury and they later on, without any real changes in information, changes their opinion for whatever reason. They're not constricted because there's no methodology or standard. And so the fact that this witness was allowed to testify at the last trial with opinions she no longer endorses or stands behind, and the fact that we can reasonably conclude that is misleading to the jury, well, that begets the argument that she should not be given another chance to go in front of a jury and give a different opinion without having actual factual and medical and scientific support, and she does not. There is no doubt about one thing. She has no idea. When I walked her through the different wounds on Exhibit 5, I invited her to explain to Your Honor, why is it that this wound was caused by a dog? There's no circumstantial evidence to support that, none whatsoever. It's just her personal, empirical history dealing with dog injuries in the ER. And when I asked her for wound 1, what direction were these canines? she couldn't tell. Where's the puncture wound where the dog anchors and pulls? There is none. The distance and width of those wounds, how could she reasonably and fairly say they were caused by canines? Any indication, any support, any pattern recognition that would tell us that was caused by canines, and she couldn't give us any information. Not weak information, not information that I could fight with another expert, not information that I could say, wait, not the admissibility. None. She could just fall back on, well, when I look at everything, it's a dog bite. Same thing with number 2. Number 2, interestingly, the widths are much different than wound number 1. It doesn't take an expert to know that it wasn't the same mechanism that caused the injuries to wound 1 and 2. And if they want to continue to pretend it's a dog bite on wound 1, there's no way they can reconcile that wound 1 is in any way similar to wound 2. It would have had to be a baby dog or a different dog or the pack of dogs I asked her about the first time I talked to her. It is totally different. And again, when I asked her for any specificity, these weren't hard leading questions. I opened to her to explain to us, why is that a dog bite now? She would only give us a conclusory answer. It just is. There was nothing about teeth or detention or about the dog, about anything that would support the claim that that was a dog bite and why she changed it from scratch. None. We get to the elbow wound number 3. There's the speculation that the arm could have moved, would have moved, but yet she has no idea. She has no factual support for this. None. And she vacillates between this being potentially bites, scratches, all 5 of the different points on wound number 3 could be canines on both sides, or maybe there was a 4-point canine in a smaller fraction of number 1 and number 2 in wound 3. That cannot be. It defies common sense and reasonableness to say the same dog caused wound number 3, points 1 and 2, with the so-called punctures, and caused number 1 and number 2. Again, you can simply look at the distance between canines are not going to move when a dog bites an arm. An arm can move, it can change the angle, the depth. The canines are not going to move. Then we get to wound number 4, equally baseless. Wound number 4 at first wasn't sure if it even had to do with the dog attack. But then that made no sense. So Dr. Russell retreated to say, well, it did have something to do with the dog attack, but hard to define. And then wound number 5, again, a 4-point bite that is totally reconcilable with 1, 2, and 3. There is no collateral or supportive evidence to suggest that this is a dog bite at all. It's fertile imagination for her to get on the stand and claim that it's a dog bite. Not just that there was no opportunity and that there was no dog that touched her, but the wounds are dissimilar. She cannot point to a pattern, a methodology, a standard to say, this is why this is a dog bite. It's just a dog bite. So it's interesting when we learn that she didn't know about much of the evidence that wholly contradicts the fact that this is a dog bite. She didn't know that there were plastic shards in the sleeve of his arm. The fact that there is physical evidence that results from a collision left in the very place where this wound happens to be there isn't mere coincidence. It isn't mere coincidence. It's exacting evidence. And what is not exacting evidence? The absence of DNA. Now, this is important because Dr. Russell was comfortable taking the stand and providing information to Your Honor for consideration that was totally baseless. It didn't in any way hamper her willingness to do that. She floated theories of taint in the DNA, or manipulation, or the DNA wasn't handled properly. There was absolutely no good faith basis whatsoever for her to suggest for a second that that DNA collection, preservation, and testing wasn't sound. She had a right to look at the evidence in the criminalistic reports and the DNA processing. She knew she could not admit the significance because it would undermine the entire theory. And so she was comfortable on the stand using her experience as a doctor to try to convince Your Honor that DNA was insignificant based on a demeaning of the evidence with no basis. an insulting claim that somebody did something wrong with no basis. The reason why that's important, it shows that this witness has the willingness to testify to Your Honor about a conclusion for which there is no support. This witness has the comfortableness to testify to Your Honor about an opinion that has no factual basis. And her doing that with the DNA was a parallel to her doing it with the dog bites. She is comfortable getting on the stand and simply giving the ultimate opinion that is helpful for her cause without any support. And so that DNA attack by her is reflective of her willingness to compromise fact, science, and medicine to just provide an opinion. Knowing there is no real methodology here, there just isn't. Knowing there's no standard, unable to provide us any balance for why this is a dog bite, having the free rein of an opportunity to look at the exhibit and tell us anything she wants to support as a dog bite, and being unable to do that, the defense employs differential diagnosis. That's a fancy way of saying, well, we might not be able to prove this, but we can disprove everything else. That's the way they presented this expert. They own that. Because when you look at those different wounds, and you can't identify them as dog bites individually, you can't say the whole series becomes a dog bite. Wound 1 has 0 value. Wound 2 has 0 value. So 5 times 0 is 0. Cumulatively does nothing for us. Using the word dog attack doesn't make you look at that and say, well, that's methodology. That is nothing. And so differential diagnosis is a very compelling argument for the government why you should not allow this. This witness is in no position, kind of like the DNA and kind of like the opinion on dog bites, she is in no position to engage in differential diagnosis regarding to car accidents. She may have been a police officer, she treats injuries at the hospital, she is not an accident reconstruction specialist. She has never gone to an accident and done a reconstruction. In fact, she never even went to the scene in this case. She never saw Mr. O'Keefe. She doesn't even know about much of the evidence that exists. She didn't consider the black box. She didn't consider the speed. She doesn't know the angle of the collision. She doesn't know what Mr. Keefe was doing in his last moments. She has no idea about any of that, none. Yet she'll be presented on the stand as if she can exclude a car collision as the cause of those injuries. Not that they could be inconsistent with what didn't happen. How dare she get on the stand with no experience, no training, no methodology, no facts, and ignore reality and say this couldn't have been a car collision. It's funny that as an emergency room physician, she considers the basis of mechanics of injury based on what people tell her. If they come in and say, I got bit by a dog, or a parent says, my child was bit by a dog, they rely on statements of witnesses. She didn't rely on statements of witnesses here. I hit him, I hit him. Oh my God, I hit him. Maybe I clipped him. Maybe I hit him in the knee. Maybe he dropped his phone. Whatever the statements were. All the various statements. An expert like her, as she proposes to be, would consider the witness statements to try to determine the cause of mechanical injury. So for her to take the stand respectfully and suggest for a moment that this was not caused by the collision to Mr. O'Keefe, not only with any no factual basis, in defiance of actual fact, it's repugnant to the sense of fairness in the courtroom. A witness, just because they have experience as a doctor, doesn't mean they can just come into court and say what they want and then let the government try to counter it. That's not how it works. And so when we consider not only what she doesn't know, but what she chose not to know, it is overwhelming. This is not a qualified person to come in and talk about dog bites. From her perspective, she's probably one, if not a few people in the country who can even do this kind of thing, which suggests that there is no real methodology. If she is the only expert in the country, it is not generally accepted in the community. It can't be. It can't be. And as much as the defense may want her to testify to promote this theory, she does not have the credentials and qualifications to do that. She didn't even take the basic steps, as you'll see in some of the literature, of going to the dog. Chloe, they knew we found Chloe. They know we've done molds. And she says they told her. And she tried to fight with every posturing angle That may be important, but she didn't need to do that. I dare say, if she had taken some steps to try to do due diligence, it wouldn't have ended well for her theory. Perhaps that's why she didn't. She doesn't have the qualifications, she doesn't have the experience, she doesn't have the methodology. Her willingness to tell opinions that are speculative, factually wrong, not based in science and math, should disqualify her from giving another baseless opinion about a so-called dog bite wound. There is no DNA, there is plastic shards in his arm. She has done no due diligence, and she can't describe any methodology because there is none. And she, most importantly, has changed her testimony from hearing to hearing, and we should not let that happen again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Lessie.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The greatest danger to the issues in this case, the greatest danger to a defense right to a jury trial and present its witnesses to have an entire motion supported by nothing but the assertions of an attorney on the other side. That is the greatest danger to our system. That is the greatest danger to a defendant being able to present their case in their view. Remarkably, all of the arguments you just heard now do not come from a medical doctor, which Your Honor has said causation of an injury to a person in Massachusetts must come from a medical doctor. Where is the affidavit? Where is the report of a prosecution witness to support one statement Mr. Brennan just made in 30 minutes? Where is it? It doesn't exist. I would like to start my argument and tell you exactly where I'm going to go. I am going to go to why we're here and what the issues are for this motion. So I'm going to start my argument with what is the legal standard that Your Honor faces to answer. And I know Your Honor knows it. I'm just doing it for the logic in the presentation. I'm going to go through that. I'm going to identify specific case law of dog wound cases, not paint cases, not others, because it matters, because Daubert and Lanigan are so flexible and so nuanced, it's got to be the issue before it. Paint cases that Mr. Brennan mentioned are irrelevant. So I'm going to go through cases that speak specifically to dog wounds on humans. Then what I'm going to do is to go through the completely inaccurate statements of Mr. Brennan. He said it, I marked it down 8 times in just his argument alone. There's no methodology. I'm going to go through and say what the methodology she testified to was, where it's rooted, and then I am going to go into why Dr. Russell is actually stronger in December than she was in June. So let me start out with the baseline for this hearing. The January 20th transcript, page 1-4. And if Your Honor will indulge me, it's what Your Honor said, and I'm going to read it verbatim. This was when Dr. Russell was challenged by the prosecution the first time. Line 15. I find that she is a medical doctor. She's an experienced ER doctor, albeit, several years ago since she's worked at that capacity, but that she does have specialized knowledge in that field that may assist the jury in that regard. So if you compare the level of information that Your Honor had at that time to reach the conclusion to what we have presented in this hearing, 11-page single-spaced report. And Your Honor noted before that there wasn't a report, so we wanted to respect that and get a report. Your Honor has sat through testimony, which I'm going to adduce, but not too much because you sat and heard it, and went through her qualifications, and we adduced much more of her qualifications, much more than were adduced when Your Honor first found that finding and made that finding. So let's start with the law. Mr. Brennan and I agree on one thing. The Rottola case is relevant. But respectfully, Mr. Brennan went off in a tangent. Because what does Rottola stand for that's relevant here? Quote, the crucial issue, in determining whether a witness is qualified to give an expert opinion is whether the witness has sufficient education, training, experience, and familiarity with the subject matter of the testimony. What is the subject matter of the testimony? It's what are the cause of the wounds to the decedent's right arm. I submit that if you ran an artificial intelligence program, you couldn't come up with a more perfect witness for the subject matter of this testimony. Emergency medicine physician, 29 years experience, forensic trained pathologist who has co-authored books on dog bites. She's well-versed in the articles. She is consulted by experts like Dr. Vail that you heard about for these types of issues. The crucial issue of whether she's qualified, to me, is 100% in favor, and I don't believe you could find another witness more qualified. And that's the crucial inquiry. What's the second prong of the inquiry? After qualifications, is the methodology reliable? That's the second. Whether Mr. Brennan agrees, and 95% of what he argued, that's for cross at trial. But more importantly, that's for a jury to determine. That's the job and province of a jury, to determine whether, assuming Mr. Brennan ever gets a doctor to come in and counter Dr. Russell, it's for a jury to decide which expert do we give more weight to. But the focus of this hearing, why are we here? The second prong is the methodology. Mr. Brennan, 8 times in just this argument now, and he tried it on cross, said there's absolutely no methodology. Your Honor sat and heard the same thing that all of us heard. She went through her own pattern recognition methodology, especially in redirect, but she did it very thoroughly in a report and very thoroughly on direct. She went through what it is. And importantly, counter to what the Commonwealth just said, she says it's rooted in the medical literature. We just heard the statement that there's no support for it. DeMunich and Pollock. And we walked through, with Your Honor's gracious indulgence, we walked through specific sentences and paragraphs where that pattern recognition methodology is stated. And here's a key. Remember, please, the word pathognomonic. This pattern is so specific that it almost by itself rules out anything else. That's the definition of pathognomonic. And that's the definition, and Dr. Russell used highly characteristic, but she did note and explain what another study said was pathognomonic. It's incredible to me that it can be stated that there's no methodology here and that there's no basis for it. It is generally accepted in the medical community. That's the purpose of the Pollock and the DeMunich article, is to establish that it is accepted. Dr. Russell is not coming here to the court and just testifying, it's my subjective empirical statement. Mr. Brennan tries to do in his argument exactly what an expert rejected and for which he has no support. And that is to say, we got to look at these wound by wound by wound, and he said 0, 0, 0, 5 times 0 is 0. He tried that on cross. Dr. Russell rejected that resoundingly. She said, you're missing the point. The point is the pattern. You look at these all together, and it's the pattern that matters. And the authors, Pollock and Demunich, say that pattern is pathognomonic. You really don't even have to go to other causes, although Dr. Russell said she did because that's what good, thorough doctors do. So it is incorrect that Dr. Russell didn't explicate a methodology. It's incorrect that she didn't explicate that there's a rooting in the medical community and that it's generally accepted. Now let's go to the cases. Mr. Brennan cited to a paint case, etc., but interestingly, and in contrast, in our papers, which Mr. Brennan has had for almost a month, and he didn't respond, interestingly, we cited to the Lobello case, the Brinker case, both of which are dog wound injury cases, not pain cases. I know a little bit about Lobello because I know a little bit about the firm that sponsored the expert in Lobello. It's my firm, my law firm. And the exact argument that Mr. Brennan just made was expressly rejected by the court on a dog bite case, a dog wound case. Here's what the court said. The court finds that Dr. Sirota qualified as an expert on the presentation. This is on Westlaw, page 10. The court finds Dr. Sirota qualified as an expert on the presentation, treatment, and medical sequelae of an attack by a dog. Here's the key. As explained in his expert report, Dr. Sirota has personally repaired thousands of wounds and lacerations, including wounds and lacerations caused by dog bites. And he's authored a number of peer-reviewed articles in the areas of his certification, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so there is a dog bite case from the Southern District of New York, not an insignificant court, as recent as 2023, saying a doctor that sees and treats all these, that's reliable. And this was a Daubert challenge, Your Honor. This wasn't an incidental question. The challenge was defendant's motion to preclude expert testimony, albeit federal rules of 702, but we know in Massachusetts it's Daubert-Lanigan. You can satisfy Daubert, the federal, but you also Lanigan, and under Davis you can have generally accepted in the medical community as well. There's one case. Another dog bite case, we cite Brinker, that Mr. Brennan didn't address, is a federal court case in Indiana where the same challenge to a doctor about the cause, and it was italicized, the cause of the injury to the person there. And the court basically said in that case that this expert here, and they challenged the causation issue, said that doctors who have experience in treating them, that's enough in and of itself. We don't need to go into, we know Daubert's flexible. You don't have to use all 5 factors. They're called non-exclusive factors for a reason, which is a good segue now to Massachusetts cases. Mr. Brennan's hypothesis is that you can't just have somebody use their years and years of experience. You've got to have something more complicated. We cited the Goodman case, a Massachusetts case, and I'll read the relevant portion. The challenge in that case was to a burn pattern. So it's not a dog bite case, I want to be clear about that, but it's a burn pattern. And here's what the court said. The foundation for Slowick's methodology, that was the expert here, was simplicity itself. Examine the exterior of the facility for external causes, and finding none, examine the interior of the building to locate the origin of the fire by following the burn patterns. And the court put by following the burn patterns in italics, not me. And so the court basically said, here, it's simple. Just look at the patterns. This person has experience with seeing these patterns. Next case we cite, another Massachusetts case, Pasteur. What's the issue there? Not a dog bite case, I've already given you 2, but a firearm examiner in that case. The court said, and I'm going to quote, a judge may also look to his, let's get it correct, her, for this case, own common sense, as well as the depth and quality of the proffered expert's education, training, experience, read on, to determine reliability. All right? So even in situations where courts have repeatedly said, including dog bite cases, if a doctor has repeatedly looked at, treated, etc., they get to testify with regard to whether they believe a wound is caused by whatever, and in the two cases I've given you, dogs. So the law is very clear for what the position is of the defense with regard to methodology, and that's what this hearing's about. That's why we're here. Is her methodology reliable? And there is one methodology. There's a pattern methodology. She testified to it, and the Commonwealth has no competent evidence whatsoever to counter that. It's remarkable to me that we're being faced with the challenge to whether the defense could put up a defense and put up a witness when there's no opposition to her methodology from, as your doctor has, or your honor has required, a medical doctor that is required under law in Massachusetts. I also, Your Honor, want to go to now what the Commonwealth has argued in its papers, which I think further underscores the waywardness of their argument. On page 11 of their papers, the Commonwealth further attempts to criticize, what we said in our papers on page 11, the Commonwealth further attempts to criticize Dr. Russell for being a, quote, trained emergency room physician as opposed to a professional in the field of canine bites or claw marks, veterinary medical science, forensic odontology, or canine behavior. How does that square with Your Honor's standard that it must be a medical doctor that speaks to the causation of this injury? By definition, a veterinary medical science person is not a medical doctor. A forensic odontologist, most always a dentist, is not a medical doctor. And certainly canine behavior. And why are those words there? Because that describes exactly the expert that the Commonwealth has sat on since the trial, Dr. Cosby. That's him. And in the book that Mr. Brennan attempted to use, Dr. Cosby has written some of those articles, interestingly enough, citing the very articles that Dr. Russell relies upon for the very pattern methodology. So again, the waywardness of the Commonwealth's argument is they're not addressing the need to have a medical doctor. We are not here arguing over whether the dog behaved correctly. We are here to determine, and this is the focus, what is the medical cause of the injuries to the decedent's right arm? And what we have done, perhaps too thoroughly, is we have established the credentials of Dr. Russell not only with regard to dog bites, but with regard to medical causation, a broader umbrella. And under that umbrella of medical causation is expertise in dog bite wounds, expertise in motor vehicle accidents, but importantly, expertise in wounds caused by motor vehicle accidents. We never presented her as an accident reconstruction because if you need to be a medical doctor to be able to opine on these wounds, I've established through Dr. Russell, and it's unrefuted by the Commonwealth, that Dr. Russell has never heard of someone who's an ER doctor who is an accident reconstructionist. They're two different disciplines. And lastly, on this point, before I move to my next, if an accident reconstructionist is going to come in and try to testify about the nature of wounds, I think I can predict what Your Honor might do. So, in terms of why we are here, it's straightforward. Her credentials are enormous. Her experience is enormous. She has been truthful and honest. Your Honor has the notebook for the exhibits for today and can look and see that she did not make inconsistent statements. By way of example, when she said, when it was alleged that she said possibly was in the question, not in her answer. When it was alleged that she didn't answer your question to a medical degree of certainty, we proved that that was wrong with specific language. So on the methodology, this is straightforward. In the law, in the cases I've given you, in Massachusetts as well as dog bite cases, it is completely accepted for a medical doctor to use their many years of experience in treating these types of wounds, and that's exactly what Dr. Russell did in this case. Now a very important, in my judgment, Your Honor, legal point. The Commonwealth has waived its entire motion, and here's how they did it. I asked Dr. Russell what I refer to in these Daubert hearings as the magic question. I said, do you have an opinion on the cause of the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm? Yes, I do. What is that opinion? I believe that those wounds were caused by a dog attack. Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty? I do. The Commonwealth never objected to that question. To me, that's a waiver of the entire issue. If they thought she was unqualified to answer that question, they should have done what Mr. Lally did in the June 21st trial. Because another part I've got in the notebook for Your Honor to see is she never got the opportunity at the June 21 trial to answer the question of whether she had that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, because Mr. Lally objected, as is his right, and Your Honor sustained it, and sustained it, and sustained it. That's yet another reason why it's not inconsistent, because at the June 21 trial, she never got to answer that question because of the Commonwealth. But back to the waiver. The Commonwealth should have, at that moment in the hearing, objected, but they didn't, and they have waived that objection for this motion. Lastly, I want to just cover a couple more items that Mr. Brennan had quickly. He kept saying, can't be, equally basis, evidence wholly contradicted. Where's the medical profession to support that? Those are Mr. Brennan's opinions. And respectfully, Your Honor, I don't believe that's even for the court in this hearing to decide. That's for the jury to decide. As almost all of these cases go to, the Labello case that I cited, those arguments go to the weight of the testimony. They go to cross-examination. As Your Honor well knows, you're the gatekeeper to see whether Dr. Russell gets to go to the jury, whether you're going to keep that gate open that I believe you very carefully and judiciously decided on June 18th. And I respectfully submit that gate should be much wider open now, given what Your Honor has heard and the basis for it. But even if Your Honor might be inclined to be interested with, maybe even persuaded by some of the things Mr. Brennan said, those have nothing to do to whether there's a methodology or whether it's reliable. Those are easily answered by DeMunick and Pollack. And that's the end of the inquiry. Everything else is beside the point. With regard to the DNA that the Commonwealth has tried to make so much about, there was only one reason why that was brought up. It was brought up because Dr. Russell answered she didn't need to know much about the DNA. Why? Because the pattern of the wounds are so highly characteristic of a dog bite and a dog attack, and because the authors used the word pathognomonic. But because she was careful, she went through a differential diagnosis, but she was consistently honest and forthright. When she didn't know something, she said so. So in terms of this particular matter, and I'll conclude my points at this point and keep to below the 20-minute mark.
30 minutes.
I'm sorry, 30-minute mark. the tremendous importance of a defendant's right, especially in charges of this seriousness, to present a defense, to present a counter-argument to the whole theory of the prosecutor's case. Their theory is that a motor vehicle hit the decedent and caused these injuries to the right forearm. The presumption should be the defendant gets the right to present evidence. Now, they don't have an absolute right. You got to satisfy Daubert, but I believe the satisfaction on the crucial inquiry of qualifications and then the methodology of reliability is overwhelming. So, Your Honor, I would urge that Your Honor find that Dr. Russell is qualified. She's qualified as a medical causation witness, which has her able to not only testify at trial with regard to whether those wounds are caused by a dog attack, but also she can testify, and she's qualified to do so, that it's not from a motor vehicle accident, and she's also allowed to testify with regard to her forensic pathology hat, because contrary to the impression of the first in June, she's been doing forensic pathology as recently as her time at Corcoran. And my last point, Your Honor, is this, and it blends in with the point I made earlier about the jury. Shouldn't a jury be able to hear the alternative theory of the defense? Shouldn't the jury have that information so that justice can be served, so that the best decision can be made about whose theory about these injuries is right? We've satisfied beyond my view, respectfully, any reasonable doubt about her qualifications and methodology. Let's let everything else go to the jury and decide so Ms. Reed can have her fair day in court.
Okay. Thank you. We have some scheduling things that we should take care of. There's another motion from the Commonwealth on another Daubert hearing regarding the digital evidence expert.
There is, and also, I don't know if it's docketed, but I filed a notice to the court regarding my concerns about ARCA witnesses, and the reason I filed that prior to filing an actual motion is because I appreciate the trial court date. I do not want the defense to be unaware of my intention.
All right. So let's set a date for a Daubert hearing. Any idea how long you expect it will take regarding the digital evidence expert?
Well, Your Honor, when you say that a Daubert hearing, you don't mean an evidentiary hearing. You mean a hearing on whether or not an evidentiary hearing is required.
So we can do that tomorrow, or we can set it. Or well, then we'll stay now and do that. Are you ready to do that, Mr. Jackson?
We just got this on January 31st.
Okay.
We've not had an opportunity to respond to it.
December 31st, probably.
What did I say?
January.
Yes. On New Year's Eve. We've not had an opportunity to respond to it. We expect to have an opportunity to respond to it.
How long will it take you to respond to it?
Probably a couple of weeks.
All right, so what I want to do, because I want to set some dates, and if we're not going to have a hearing, we'll cancel it. It's easier than getting the motion, deciding that there'll be a hearing, and setting a date, because we're sticking with that April 1st trial date.
I understand that, but the problem with setting a date for a hearing and an evidentiary hearing requires us to bring someone in from out of state.
No, so what I'm saying is, file your paperwork.
Okay.
All right? We'll set a date for a hearing.
Okay.
We'll set an evidentiary hearing date. I just want to lock those in. I'm trying to do them on Mondays or Fridays for you, thinking that it would be better for your schedule if we tried to accommodate that. But we've got a full session, so...
Mr. Brennan and I talked briefly, I don't want to speak for him, but we talked briefly about the January 27th date. I think all counsel have that date cleared because it was a trial date at one point in our history. So what about the 27th for the motion on Mr. Brennan's Daubert request?
On all witnesses, not just, you said you're filing...
The only one he's got is for Rick Green.
What did you file a notice of, you said today?
I noticed that I
expect that I will likely move to exclude the ARPA witness for failure to comply with Rule 14. It's not a Daubert hearing.
Okay.
It's compliance with Rule 14.
Okay, so that's different.
Yes. I am waiting for a response from the United States Attorney's Office that I'm supposed to expect next week.
Okay.
If that changes my position, I'll notify the defense and the court. If it doesn't, then I'm going to pursue that motion.
Okay.
Aaron, may we be seen briefly at time
Sure.
about scheduling?
The 31st will be oral argument at 9 a.m. And if there's an evidentiary hearing, it will be conducted on February 6th. We'll block off the day, and February 7th, and we'll also hear the ARCA motion if there's something on that. So we'll go for the 6th, but we'll leave time if it carries over so we don't have what happened with Dr. Russell, such a big gap in between. Okay? All right, we'll see everybody then. Thank you.
Thank you. Report, all right, please.
Thank you, everybody.